Welcome to the Dan Norton Show. It is Thursday, July 31st at 12:15 p.m. This is a new day and a new time for me. I don't know if I've streamed on a Thursday before or at this time of any day, but felt like streaming today. And I'm experimenting with some new times, seeing if that'll partly because I'm interested to see if that helps me get some new people here that aren't able to attend my, at least previously, normal times. So, welcome if you're here. This is a show in which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. And it's a show in which you can participate. So, you can participate by chatting in the YouTube chats or also by calling in. I have a Zoom link pinned in the chat, as well as if you prefer to dial in by phone number. So the instructions are there. And I invite you to and encourage you to engage with me. I'm here to spread Ayn Rand's ideas and introduce them to people who aren't familiar with them, or even if you are familiar with them, maybe there's something about them you would like to discuss. So, whatever your level of knowledge is of Ayn Rand or objectivism, her philosophy, I invite you to join and participate. We had a couple calls last time. Someone called in from Israel. First time we had a caller that far east. Um, Uzi, he called in from Israel, and we discussed how to define ethics and pronatalism, the idea that it's good to have kids. That went on for a while, and then another caller, friend Harper, called in, and we continued discussing uh, having kids, but I think more we got into other topics like sex and gender. So it's pretty wide ranging in terms of the topics that you can discuss here. Um, I have a lot of flexibility there. So until there are any participants in the chat, by the way, thanks for the likes. I see we've got some likes on the stream. That helps the channel grow, helps it in the algorithm. Until we get any chats or callers, I have some things I could talk about. So let me look at my notes here. One thing that I did since my last stream, which was a couple days ago, is I watched a couple videos about um, Gaza or Palestine and fake news coming out of Gaza or Palestine about famines. And I shared these on social media, and one of them got more shares than I think I had ever gotten before. I can show you on my, I'll share my screen so you can see the videos I'm talking about. Let's see. Zoom, share. Okay. All right. So now you should be able to see my Twitter page. These are the two videos I shared. So one is called the first one I shared, Palestinian propaganda exposed. The Gaza victim videos are fake. And the second one was this one, no, Gaza isn't starving. Here's proof in under 60 seconds. But I think it's actually about a 7-minute video. I'm not sure why it says under 60 seconds. Maybe just to get more clicks, but anyways, those are the two videos I shared. They're from a channel called Traveling Israel, which I didn't know about until recently, but I heard about it first through Harry Binswanger's list. He's an objectivist philosopher, and he shared one of the videos from uh, from traveling Israel. So this guy, maybe I'll click on this one. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but just so you can see it better. Um, yeah, this is the channel Traveling Israel. 423,000 subscribers. And he has lots of videos on Palestine. And so I just heard about this, I don't know, maybe 5 days ago, and from Harry Benswanger on his hbletter.com website. So I checked out some of the videos and I thought they were very good, very interesting. And I shared them. These are ones I shared on X, but I also shared them on Facebook. And that, when I shared it on Facebook, that's the one that's got shared more than any other thing I think I've ever posted on Facebook. I think like 12 people shared it. So that was good to see. So he documents evidence that there's actually not starving, or at least not widespread, whoops, not widespread starving in Gaza. And he points out in the beginning that you only see pictures of kids. It's only kids, not like the population in general, like you see in Nazi Germany of concentration camps. Like everybody is skin and bones. But these pictures that come out of Gaza are just infants or very small children. So why is that? Why is it this very small subset of the population that we see is starving? And I think that that's part of the evidence he gives that it's not really a famine. There's something else going on here. And what he points out is that, at least in some of the cases of some of these photos of young children, they have some kind of genetic disorder, some disease, which causes them to be very malnourished or underweight. And part of these diseases, he says, are caused by the fact that there's a lot of inbreeding in Gaza. Like people, they marry people who are closely related to them. Um, so there's that causes genetic disorders more often. So it has nothing to do with like lack of food. It's some medical condition caused by genetic disorders. Sorry, I'm still sucking on these cough drops because the cough cough I have hasn't completely gone away. I did see a doctor though, and he gave me a recommended a medicine that I try out. So I plan to get that soon, and hopefully that'll help. But in the meantime, I'm still sucking on cough drops. So I recommend checking these videos out. Actually, I'll put a link to them in the chat. Let me do that. I'll put a link to this one also. I thought this one was good too. Palestinian propaganda exposed. Yeah, this is the one he talks about these videos of people driving small kids in an ambulance, and he says this is a odd thing to see. The driver is the same one doing the CPR or whatever. Well, not CPR, but trying to resuscitate it or something. And there happens to be a cameraman to videotape this. So let me link this in the chat. Hi, Jason. I see Jason in the chat. And so this one is titled Palestinian Propaganda Exposed. The Gaza victim videos are fake. Yaron Brook also talked about this topic some on one of his recent shows, which I just watched. Okay. And then let me also put the other video. No, Gaza isn't starving. And I put these titles in quotes. So they're not my words. They're somebody else's words. Okay. So those are the two videos I've been discussing, and I recommend checking those out. All right. See, we got 7 people. Nice. Thanks for coming by. Um, what else is going on? I guess I'll stop sharing my screen now. Okay. I can share it more later if something comes up. I've been continuing to give you a little update on my reading. My major two topics I've been researching in recent weeks and months are I've been reading the Bible and also about Israel, more current history, in the 20th century. Um, so the Bible, I've just today I was reading in the book of Numbers, which is the fourth book of the Bible. Um, this is the book in which they are traveling from Sinai. The Israelites, they get the Ten Commandments in Sinai, and then they travel to the Promised Land at the time called Canaan, and they complain to God as they're wandering through the desert. Life was better in Egypt. Why can't we go back to Egypt where they were slaves? And then God gets angry at them and then um, makes a lot of them die, inflicts a plague on them. Um, so they're on their way back to the Promised Land, but they're having lots of problems on the way there and making God angry. So he's inflicting punishment on them. So I'm up to chapter 20 in the book of Numbers. And then current Israel, I've started to read about what's called the Jewish insurrection. No, not insurrection, insurgency. That's the word used on Wikipedia. The Jewish insurgency in Palestine. So this is towards the last years of the British Mandate when the British were in control and starting to lose control, and the Jewish people were um, increasing the intensity, I think, of their fighting against the British. They had been fighting with the Arabs, but there was also at least a faction of people who were fighting the British, who were in control of the area. And I think their fighting against the British was increased in the last years, like the mid to late 1940s. And I mentioned last time there was something called the King David Hotel bombing in 1946, which is where the British headquarters was there. That was bombed by the Jews. I think it was either maybe it was Irgun, Irgun. That's the name of a military organization in Israel. I think it was either them or there was also one called Lehi, Lehi, and these were both offshoots of the Haganah, Hagana, H. Maybe I should type these out in the chat. So Haganah, I think, is the oldest of these. Then I see Jason's. I'm looking on my phone to see how it appears for you. Oh, now I hear myself. Back now? Jason says I'm back now. Okay. And Jason says title screen came back after title screen, then froze. Okay. I wonder if I should restart Zoom and title screen or YouTube and see if that helps. Okay. And yeah, I'm going to try that. I'm just going to type it in the chat. I'm going to restart Zoom and see if that helps. Oh, I just got a message from YouTube that says YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will strain. That's the message I just got from YouTube. So why isn't it receiving enough video? Um, I wonder if something is going on with my Wi-Fi or router here. Um, So I never tried to restart Zoom in the middle of a stream. I hope that doesn't mess things up so that I have to restart like at a different link. Okay. So that okay, well, I think it's okay for right now. So I guess if it happens again, I'm going to, I could also re just restart my computer. I don't know if that's going to kill the stream though. I'll try to, if possible, I'm going to try to come back. If I need to restart things, okay, Jason says I'm back now. If I need to restart things, I will do what I can to make sure I don't have to change the link. So you can just come back to the same page. But if even that doesn't work, I guess I'll start a different link and you can just look on my YouTube page for my for the new link. But hopefully we won't have to do that. See, Ben Franklin is here in the chat. It's been a while since I've seen him. Hmm. He says, I prayed and Dan disappeared. Clear evidence that God isn't real. What New Deal program are we happy was cut by Reagan the most? All right. Maybe I'll address those. Let me just finish what I was saying about Israel and then I can talk about those. So, oh, Robert says, Robert, I'd be very surprised if you can restart your computer and use the same YouTube feed after the restart. Uh, I mean, I don't think so the YouTube stream I'm doing right now, it has a button that says in stream. And I think that's just going to keep going even if my computer dies or if I power it off and restart it. So I think as far as YouTube is concerned, I don't think that should make me have to go to a new link. I'm wondering if I have to restart Zoom. Maybe I can get back into the same Zoom meeting also. Because I know also in Zoom, there's a button when you end the meeting that says in meeting for all or just for yourself. But if you don't click either of those, if you just quit the application, then you haven't told Zoom that this particular meeting is over. So maybe it'll just keep the meeting live and then I can restart my computer and rejoin the meeting. And maybe it'll be like a frozen screen in the meantime on YouTube, but once I rejoin, maybe it'll start getting the new video from Zoom. But it looks like it's been okay for a few minutes now, so let me just keep going and maybe if it starts acting up again, I'll try to restart something. And, okay. Thanks for the likes. I do appreciate that. All right, so I was talking about the different branches of how the Jews were becoming more hostile to the British in the late Mandate period in the mid to late 40s. And there were these organizations, these military Jewish organizations, the Haganah, and then more extreme was the Irgun, and then even more extreme was the Lehigh, who I think went to the point of collaborating with the Nazis in order to, or they at least proposed a collaboration. I don't think they ever got a reply from the Nazis, but they were gonna somehow collaborate with the Nazis in order to for there to be a Jewish state. Like I think they said they were going to agree to um, join the German side of the war in World War II and fight against the British. Um, so they and then I guess in exchange for that, maybe the Nazis would recognize the Jewish state in Palestine. I don't know if that's what the proposal was, but um, there was some kind of proposal between this um, Jewish sect, the military sect, the Lehi, and the Nazis. And eventually, I think the Lehi got like banned from the Jewish Agency, which was, I think, one of the main in Palestine that worked on behalf of the Jews. I think they banned the Lehi, somehow distanced themselves from the Lehi, and they became like a group non grata as opposed to person non grata. But anyways, there were these various Jewish sects fighting against the British, and eventually the British they got out of Palestine in 1948. So I've been reading about this Jewish insurgency period from 1944 to 1948. That's what I'm focused on when I'm not reading the Bible. I kind of go back and forth between the ancient history and the Bible, and then the more modern history. Sometimes I get tired of reading about one, and then I want to switch over to something else. Then I get tired of the other thing, and then go back to the first thing. So. Okay, so maybe I should engage some with chat now. Um, by the way, I was talking about these fake Palestine videos. The New York Times also got called out for some photo they published, which was purporting to be evidence of hunger or starvation, but it apparently was a photo of something else. Um, so I think there have been mainstream or very large news sources that have been participating in this spread of misinformation. I think sometimes, like this guy in the video that I was talking about, the Traveling Israel YouTube channel, he points out that some of these videos were taken from Yemen. They weren't even from Gaza, but someone just copies them and puts them in a post on social media and says this is from Gaza. But you can see, like 4 or 5 years ago, the photo was from Yemen, or maybe there are some others from Syria. Um, so there's more evidence. Um, this is more evidence that there's fakery going on. Okay. I see one other topic I had in my list of topics I could talk about, but I think I'm going to postpone that right now since I got some chats, at least a few chats, which I can talk about from Ben Franklin. Ben Franklin naming himself after the American founder, or I wonder, or does that just happen to be your name? I think you might have been, I don't know if you said you saw me on the Majority Report. I'm curious how you found out about my channel, Ben Franklin. I do remember seeing you here before, though. Um, so he asks I have at 12:35 p.m. Pacific. I have the timestamps toggled on my chat so I can refer to them exactly. If you don't have it turned on, I think there's a way for you to do that. He asks, what New Deal program are we happy was cut by Reagan the most? I don't know what cuts Reagan made, if any, to New Deal programs. Um, I'm not very familiar with that. So maybe you could tell me what programs he cut, or I could ask, I could Google it and maybe get an AI answer, and then maybe I'll engage with that. Let me try that. What New Deal programs did Ronald Reagan cut? Okay, the first thing is a Wikipedia article. In accordance with Reagan's less government intervention views, many government, many domestic government programs were cut or experienced periods of reduced funding during his presidency. These included Social Security, Medicaid, food stamps, and federal education programs. Okay. Well, I'm against all of those, so I don't know which ones I don't know how to rank those. I think they should all be cut and eventually eliminated because it's not my responsibility to pay for your retirement or for your medical care or for your food or for your education or your children's education. It's your responsibility. So if you believe in personal responsibility and if you believe that people have a right to their own lives, a moral right to live for their own sakes, then it's immoral to coerce someone through taxes to fund other people's lives, regardless of, whether what aspect of their life it is, whether it's their retirement, their medical needs, their food, their education. It's not anyone's responsibility to pay for anyone else's life. So I oppose all of that. Uh, okay, I don't know if Ben Franklin is still here, but he can reply to that, what I just said, if he wants. Robert chatted. The problem with government programs, which should never have happened once they're in place, the sunk cost fallacy and appeal to normality makes any cuts seem like a huge injustice. I do think there does become an issue of how to phase out these programs. Like I think it would be an injustice to just immediately cut off all the Social Security of people who are living on Social Security right now, like people in their 70s or their 80s who've paid into the system for decades and have come to depend on it for their livelihood. I don't think it would be just to just immediately cut them off. I think it should be phased out gradually over time. Like people who are currently living on Social Security, they can continue to do so, but much younger people who haven't paid it at all, maybe they're 18 years old and they're just starting their first job. I don't think those people should get any Social Security. And I also don't think they should have to pay in to the system to fund their parents or their grandparents. Um, but then people who are somewhere in the middle, maybe you're 45, you've paid into Social Security maybe for 25, um, but you also have maybe 20 or more years of work um, left before you retire, if you decide to retire, right? You might choose not to. That's one of the good things about freedom. You can work as long as you want. It's up to you when to retire. But someone who's maybe in his 40s or then maybe someone like that should um, only get half of what he was promised or she was promised when he or she originally became part of the social paying into the system. But maybe by the same token, they should pay less, pay half as much. So maybe instead of paying 12.4% FICA taxes, I think that's what it is, um, for Social Security, maybe they only pay half of that. So if you include both the employer part and the employee contribution, I think it adds up to 12.4%, if I'm remembering correctly. So half of that would be 6.2%. So maybe they should only pay that in taxes. So now the employer is going to be paying 3.1% and the employee is going to be paying 3.1%. So in total, the Social Security contribution is going to be 6.2%. which is half as much as it is right now. But then they're all half as much when they retire. So maybe something like this. You get the idea, though. It's phased out over time, and depending on where you are in the uh, how far along you are towards the retirement age, that'll affect how much you have to keep paying and how much you get in the end. And it's going to be to the extent you're not being funded by the government anymore or by taxpayers who are younger than you have to be responsible and plan for your own retirement. Maybe invest some money, put it in the stock market or the mutual funds. Um, Jason says, so there's not so much happiness about Reagan's cuts. There is inspiration from his presidency, but shrinking government is not one to be too happy about. When Social Security is privatized, they should open everyone a special IRA account and pay them out with treasury bills. The account would be transferable to one's heirs. I seem to recall hearing that under Reagan, spending actually increased, government spending increased. Um, I don't know on what, if it was defense or um, let me Google what spending increases, or actually, I'm not going to assume that there were spending increases. I'm going to Google it differently. Did spending increase under Reagan? Hopefully this doesn't mess my connection up again. Reagan significantly, this is again from Wikipedia. Reagan significantly increased public expenditures, primarily the Department of Defense, which rose in constant $2,000 from 267.1 billion in 1980 to 393.1 billion in 1988. So at least when it comes to defense, looks like there was a significant increase. And defense is one of the legitimate functions of government, unlike paying for paying for people's lives through Social Security or Medicare or public education or food stamps. Defense is one of the proper functions of government, but it should still be funded by voluntary means, not by coercive means, like taxes. It's taken a long time for this page to load. I think maybe my internet connection is still not ideal. Oh, now it says excellent connection in YouTube. It tells me how good the connection is. Right now it says excellent, so I don't know why it's taking this page a long time to load. Mhm. In 1981, Reagan significantly reduced the maximum tax rate, which affected the highest income earners and lowered the top marginal tax rate from 70% to 50%. In 1986, he further reduced the rate to 28%. Okay, so it looks like he was doing some significant tax cutting. Jason says spending increased a lot under Reagan. One could debate if Clinton and Gingrich did better at spending less. So it's interesting that if that's right, if spending increased a lot under Reagan, yet he was taxing less, I just read about some of these tax cuts, then it seems like that would aggravate the goal of having a balanced budget. Because if your spending goes up, but you're taking in less money, then where do you get the money to spend more, right? Shouldn't you be spending less if you're taking in less? So I don't know. You have to make up the difference somehow. It could be through inflation, right? Just printing money or borrowing money, but that ultimately has to get paid back. Um, but there's going to be some kind of imbalance. So expenditures have to equal revenues if you're going to have a balanced budget, right? The amount coming in and the amount going out are going to be matched if you have a balanced budget. But if you're spending more and taking in less through taxes, you get a less balanced budget, and you have to make up the difference somehow. Jason says in 1983, Reagan signed reforms that added millions to Social Security, including new federal workers, nonprofit employees, and top government officials who were previously exempt. The law also raised taxes and the retirement age to strengthen the program's finances. So I don't think Republicans or so-called conservatives have done much to fight the growth of governments. And I think indeed sometimes Republicans are the ones who expand governments, even if they sometimes use rhetoric that suggests they're for less government. What was that line from Reagan? Government is not the solution to the problem, it is the problem. Didn't Reagan say something like that? You might think, oh, well, he's going to want to cut government if he thinks government is the problem for the economy. Yet maybe that just rhetoric. And if you look at the facts, he's actually increasing. And Jason says that spending increased a lot under Reagan. Reagan signed reforms that added millions to Social Security. I'm not sure what that means. Millions of people? Oh, well, I guess that is what you mean, because then you say including new federal workers. So federal workers were not previously on Social Security, or I'm not sure what this means. Okay, I think I'm back. I see myself on my phone. I'm now using my Wi-Fi or my phone as a hotspot. I've never tried that before. I'm just waiting for confirmation on my phone that my voice is coming through. There's a Okay, yeah, looks like it's coming through now. My voice. Okay, let me just refresh this page. Jason says he has to drop off. Okay, thanks for participating, Jason. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming by. See you later. Okay. Cheers. All right, so hopefully that fixes the connection problems I was having. I don't know what's going on with my Wi-Fi. I've never had this kind of interruptions before, but I'm using my phone as a hotspot. So hopefully that makes for a more steady connection. All right, so I've been engaging with some of these chats, Ben Franklin, um, Jason Adams, Robert. Does anyone else want to raise an issue, topic of a discussion, or ask a question? You can take advantage of the fact that the topic, you can steer the topics of the show. If you also just want to say hi, that would be nice too. Hmm. Unless you want to be anonymous. Cool. Okay, so here's another topic since I don't have any other new chats yet. I've been thinking recently about whether you can prove that God does not exist. And this came up on social media. There was some post on X and it referenced God. And I replied to it and I said, God, God doesn't exist. Maybe I should bring this up. I was thinking I might screen share this anyways. So I guess this is a good time for that. Let me see if I can find that thread. That's going to be in the replies section on X, not the posts section. I don't know how familiar you are with X, but if you originate a thread, then it shows up in the what's called the posts section. But if you just reply to a thread that someone else originates, then it shows up in the replies section. I've done a lot of replies, so I might have to dig a little bit to find the particular thread I'm interested in. There's probably a quicker way to find this. Oh, is that it? I saw the word God. Ah, here it is. Yeah, I think this is the one. Okay, let me share this. All right, now you should be able to see it. So there's posts from Anna Lewis. I don't know much about her. She says, I twist things into anti-choice propaganda according to Media Matters. Okay, so I guess she's anti-abortion. And she says, breaking. Canada fined a church $2,500 for inviting an American Christian artist to lead worship. This is the crowd that praises Jesus Christ with him. Our God is an awesome God. I guess that's what people in this crowd are saying, or maybe what that guy is singing. And I replied, God doesn't exist. And it got a lot of views and comments. 34 comments or comment threads. I guess there are more threads, sub-threads within those 34, but like 34 initial threads, 3.6 thousand views. That's a lot more than I usually get. So let's go into this thread that I started. And so this person says, where's the proof that God doesn't exist? And just for clarification, I asked what he's asking for proof of. Are you asking for proof of God's non-existence? Where's the proof of that? And he says, that's what you said. God doesn't exist. I don't know why he puts a question mark there. But anyways, I say yes, just confirming that, yeah, this is, I did make this claim. And then I ask him, is God omnipotent? Because I think you can use that as, well, at least when at the time I made this comment right here, I was thinking that you could use omnipotence as proof that God doesn't exist because it implies contradictions. And like, can God create a rock so heavy that he can't lift it? Well, if he can create the rock, then there's something he can't do, namely lift it, in which case he's not omnipotent. If he can't create the rock, then he's again not omnipotent. There's something he can't do. So you can use uh, the idea of omnipotence to prove that, at least if your conception of God is of something that has this characteristic of being omnipotent, then you can show how, well, if assuming that there can't be contradictions, then there can't be omnipotence because omnipotence implies contradictions. But then I researched a little bit on replies to this line of argument, and I saw, and I think I've actually heard this point made before, but it wasn't fresh in my mind, so I might have forgotten about it. But I think many theists will say, well, when we say God's omnipotent, that doesn't mean his power is unlimited in the sense that he can make contradictions come true. Like he can't make it true that A is not A, or that 1 plus 1 equals 3, which would amount to saying 1 plus 1 equals 1 plus 1 plus 1, and you have different expressions on each side of the equation. That would be a contradiction. Um, God can't he can't get around, or he can't make things that are he can't make logical contradictions come true. There's different sorts of, or he can't do things that are logically impossible. Sometimes there are these different senses of possibility that are discussed in philosophy. There's logical possibility. There's epistemological possibility, physical impossibility. Um, and I think theists will sometimes say, even God can't do things that are logically impossible, but he can do other sorts of things that don't involve logical possibilities. That is violations of the law of identity, the law that A is A. So he can do things like perform miracles, like he can part the Red Sea or turn a woman into a pillar of salt or make water squirt out of a rock. Some of the miracles you read about. in the Bible. So then I started going down that road um, in this thread. Oh, I see some comments here from Robert. I'll come to you. I'll come to these comments in a minute. Let me just keep talking about this X thread for a bit. So this guy comes back. He said, "You are presenting facts with a question. You stated a fact that God doesn't exist, and I've asked you for proof of your statement." And I say, "I'm asking if you understand God to be omnipotent. I don't think omnipotence, including the ability to perform miracles, is consistent with the nature of reality." So here, in between this comment and this comment, which are different days actually. You see, this is 11:34 p.m. July 28th. This is July 29th. Oh, I guess that's not that much later. It's just shortly after midnight. I guess that was my after that one I went to sleep, I think. Um, but it was after I made this comment, I started thinking about, well, maybe he's going to come back and say, well, we theists don't say that God can do things that are logically impossible, like make a rock so heavy he can't lift it. But he could do things like perform miracles, like parting the Red Sea. So anticipating he might make that kind of move, I explicitly referred to miracles here, and I said, I don't think omnipotence, including the ability to perform miracles, is consistent with the nature of reality. So I, this maybe is another way you could prove, or maybe a slight variation on proving God's non-existence, as opposed to just saying, I don't have a view on it. So there are different ways you can interpret atheism. One is just, I lack a belief that God exists. I don't believe that God exists. But another kind of atheism is to positively assert God doesn't exist. And that's what I said, right? Thinking that you could actually prove God doesn't exist if his existence implies contradictions because of this characteristic of omnipotence. But then I thought, well, maybe you could also, even if setting aside the issue of contradictions, like prima facie contradictions, like the rock example, maybe you could still prove God exists if miracles are impossible, because God is supposed to be able to work miracles. That's part of what his omnipotence involves. And if miracles are impossible, well, then God is impossible. There really is no being that can perform miracles. So I was thinking, well, if you believe in the law of causality, which follows from the law of identity, like because things are what they are, because they have a certain nature, they have to act in certain ways and they can't act in contradiction to their nature. In other words, miracles cannot happen, yet God is supposed to be able to perform miracles. Well, then if you really believe miracles are impossible because the law of causality holds, then God is impossible. You can say positively, God doesn't exist. You don't just have to say, I lack a belief in God. Um, no, you can actually take on the burden of proving that God does not exist because he contradicts something you know to be true, namely that there are no miracles, which you can know because if you think that uh, causality rules out the possibility of miracles. So that's where my thinking was going next. And then he came back, this guy Shane, his next response was take a long walk in a park somewhere. Life is the miracle. You only see what you want to see and want to believe, called selective bias. Maybe he's shortening his words because he has a character limit. See, he doesn't have a verified profile. I have this blue check mark by my name, which gives me unlimited characters. Well, I don't know if it's unlimited, but I get a lot more than the 280, I think, that you have if you don't have a blue check mark. So maybe that's why he's abbreviating his sentences. Instead of saying it's called selective bias, he just says called selective bias. I don't know. I'm speculating here. Um, but then he says God could create the stars, planets, Earth, animals, and people. But nope, that's not enough proof or enough miracles for you. Nothing will. Maybe he meant to say like nothing will be enough proof for you. So he didn't he's kind of going down a different road now. He's not I don't think he's engaging with this point that I was making that omnipotence, if it implies the ability to perform miracles, isn't consistent with the nature of reality. And what I had there in mind there by the nature of reality is the fact that reality is causal. The law of causality is part of the nature of reality, which I think miracles contradict. But he didn't address that. He just he says he thinks these things, stars, planets, and so on, are evidence of miracles. Um, and he says God could create them, right? Create the stars and planets. And then I ask, well, why do you think stars were created as opposed to just uh, evolving into existence through the laws of physics? Um, and so I was going to go down that line, which is not really the line that interests me right now. I'm most interested in this thread because of the burden of proof issue and whether you can actually prove that God exists. Um, he was taking it in a different direction, and I don't think he replied to that one. That was the last. So if I open that up, yeah, we have some other guy, some other people jumping in. And this guy actually does come back to the topic I'm interested in about burden of proof and whether you can actually meet the burden of proving that God doesn't exist. And he says, refuting their claims doesn't prove your claim. Like refuting the claim that God does exist doesn't prove my claim that God does not exist. Although I think it wouldn't it though? If I refute the claim that God exists, doesn't that mean I've established that it is not the case that God exists, which would prove my claim that God doesn't exist? Um, but anyways, he goes on. You made a definitive claim that no God exists. You must prove this claim. Disproving their positive claims doesn't suddenly make your positive claim more valid. You did not say you cannot prove your God exists. Right. I said God cannot exist. But he says, you must prove this claim, my claim that God doesn't exist. But I thought I did that. That's what I did in this comment when I said, I don't think omnipotence, including the ability to perform miracles, is consistent with the nature of reality. That's my proof. God does not exist because I know reality has a certain nature, namely it's causal. Omnipotence is not compatible with a causal reality if omnipotence implies the ability to perform miracles. Therefore, there can't be God if you take God to be omnipotent. So that's my proof. There's no God. So I think I've discharged the burden. I have proved the claim, or at least I made an argument to prove it. So this person, this grim Joker person, has not addressed the argument I made here that God doesn't exist. So I don't know if there's a good counter argument to this, or is this actually a good argument against God's existence? What do you think? You can chime in here. Let me come back to the chat. All right, so we got these from chats from Robert. All right, I'm gonna. Oh, maybe I'll keep my screen share up for now since it's still relevant to the topic. Um, so Robert says, I once had a philosophy professor who taught the argument that among the concepts omnipotence, omniscience, and omnipresence, you can have a universe in which two of those concepts can exist without contradiction, but not all three. Eventually, I came to understand that his argument was foolish. In fact, omnipotence, omniscience, omnibenevolence, and omnipresence are each and all concepts which do not make any sense. None of the supposed powers or characteristics can exist in reality. Okay. Thanks for those contributions, Robert. I've thought the most about omnipotence among these omni qualities. I haven't given as much thought to the others and how they might also be incoherent. Omnipresence, that's something. So here's a little thought on omnipresence. So that means, I guess that means God is in garbage, right? Is God inside of garbage and like sewage? Because he's omnipresent, he's everywhere, right? So the theists want to say that. Um, and also in the Bible, there's supposed to be like a special place for God. I've just been reading the Bible, and God is supposed to inhabit the tabernacle or the Holy of Holies, right? The specific place within the tabernacle in the Ark of the Covenant. Um, so this is God's where God is supposed to be present on earth. That's among the Israelites. But if God is omnipresent, why is it how is it also true that like this is God's special home in the tabernacle? And there's a temple of God later after the tabernacle. Once the tabernacle is like a movable temple, and then once the Israelites finally get to the Promised Land, they build a temple. There's a first temple, and then there's a second temple, which I think is also called Solomon's Temple. One part of which, the Western Wall or the Wailing Wall, is all that survives now, if I'm understanding it correctly. But anyways, there's a specific point, which is good, the where God's presence is. He's not omnipresent, right? He's not everywhere. He's in this particular spot. So how do they make sense of that? I don't know. I haven't looked into that. Um, Omnibenevolence, maybe that relates to the problem of evil. Like, can you square that? Like, does that raise problems for like kids getting cancer or being killed by earthquakes? Would a God who is omnibenevolence permit something like that? So maybe those are some of the incoherences that Robert might have in mind when he says some of these other omni qualities are incoherent. All right. So there's some thoughts on God. Uh, I thought I might actually do some replies. I could do some replies in real time. I could go on X or on Facebook and respond to some of these comments. Unless there are chats, like if you all want to chat more, I'll engage with those because I want to give priority to people who are here live. But if there aren't chats, then maybe I'll do some replies on social media. I'm going to go back to Zoom to see if anyone has called in, but I think let me stop the screen share for a minute. Yeah, it doesn't look like anyone's called in. All right, let's check out the top fans. Ben Franklin, John Wayne. Hi, John. Haven't seen you for a while. Jason Adams and Robert. Actually, they all have 75 experience points. If you go to the top right of the chat box, it tells you in the top fans section how many experience points each person has. All right, so maybe I should do a poll on whether I can do a poll in the chat. I can ask, should I do replies to social media posts? And the options are yes and no. I could add an option that says maybe. I'll do that. All right, I just put the poll in the chat so you can vote for it. I think does it show up at the top? Why don't I see it? Let me try refreshing. Oh yeah, there's the poll. So I'll leave that up there for at least a couple minutes. But I do encourage people to raise topics in the chat, questions, comments. One other thing I've been doing recently is watching some videos which are mostly by people on the political left. So you might have heard of Destiny. He's a streamer. And Pisco, he's another one, not as well known. And Hutch, Josiah, Counterpoints. If you watch a lot of YouTube streamers, political streamers, or Twitch, I guess a lot of these people are on Twitch as well. You might have heard of some of these people, but I've been watching some of their videos. Hassan, he's another one. And they've been recently debating whether uh, it's good to court the far left, like whether that's a good political strategy. Um, and whether it's good to criticize or at least be as critical as I think some people have been of AOC. I think she supported or she voted some support for Israel's Iron Dome recently or something. And I think a lot of people on the left were very critical of her for that. And I guess some of the more centrist, center left people, Destiny, I guess, would be one of them, is saying, it's not good to be so harsh towards AOC. It's better to, um, if we want to overthrow Trump or the forces of the right, it's better to um, present more of a united front on the left, and that will make us more powerful in achieving the kind of political ends that we want to achieve, rather than being so harsh and against our own people are on our own side. So I've been watching some of these uh, inside leftist debates recently. Um, the guy Counterpoints I mentioned, I actually had a debate with or a discussion with myself. He's not on the left, or he doesn't. he doesn't call himself on the left. He's the one conservative among the many I mentioned. Uh, but he's still I mean he says things like he supports redistribution um of wealth to a certain extent. He's not like an objectivist who opposes all government programs like Social Security, Medicare, and so on, and regulations. Um, but I guess he supports less of that than the other people who are on these debate panels I've been watching. But he's the one person I've actually had a discussion with myself who I've been seeing in these other videos. All these guys have like tens of thousands of subscribers, at least some more than that. Destiny has hundreds of thousands. I think he has like 800 some thousand on YouTube. And maybe I'll talk to Destiny one day or Pisco. I've thought about it. I just maybe if I find a good time to call their shows, I'll do that. All right. Well, don't see any new chats. Let's see if anyone's voted. Oh, someone voted on the poll. Just one vote for a maybe. Okay, it doesn't. That's all I see. If you want to elaborate on your vote, like what does it depend on? I should do social media posts if such and such is true, but not if some other thing is true. If you want to elaborate in the chat, I invite you to do that. I'm going to end the poll now. I invite you to do that. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do some replies on social media posts. I've never really done that live on stream before, but since I don't have any new chats coming in or calls, and I don't have any other topics that I was going to talk about, then I'm just going to try this out. But I do invite you to jump in at any time. Just because I'm doing replies doesn't mean you can't keep chatting or call in. And if you do, I'll shift my attention back to that. Just want to check out my some analytics on my phone here. Okay, so let me share my screen. Now, what should maybe I should go to the, I also had a post on Facebook that got a lot of comments, although I think a lot of the replies were garbage. So I don't know if it's worth, this was on the Democratic Socialism Now page. I think I might have mentioned this in the last stream and I mistakenly said Democratic Socialists of America, their page, but it wasn't that. It's called Democratic Socialism Now. I used to post on their page or put comments on their page a lot more, but uh, not so much lately. But I did do one a few days ago, and I got a lot of comments. But But as I said, I think a lot of them were just kind of garbage. So I don't know if it's worth going through them. Uh, well, here, I'm thinking maybe I should go back to the X comments on about the God discussion and maybe do a little on that since I think that there were some there that were not garbage. And then maybe after that, go to the Democratic Socialism Now page and see if there's any non-garbage comments there that I can reply to. Okay, so yeah, let me share this screen again. So I was talking about the Grim Joker's comment here. So let me reply to that one. He says, you made a definitive proof claim that no God exists. You must prove this claim. So let me maybe I'll copy this one and quote that. I, I tried to do that by saying that um, omnipotence is inconsistent with the nature of reality. And I'll give an example here. I'll say, for example, the ability to perform miracles. And then I'll elaborate here a little bit. And maybe he's not familiar with that law, so maybe I should elaborate it some more. Let me give a little more space here. Yeah. Okay, you must prove this claim. I tried to do that by saying that omnipotence, for example, the ability to perform miracles, is inconsistent with the nature of reality. In particular, the law of causality, the idea that reality is a lawful causal rule in which miracles are impossible. So I'll post that and see what he replies. Oh, I see there's one character left. See, it tells you how many characters you have. So if I type one more, it goes the one goes away. But I can still type, but it says only the first 280 characters will be visible. So if you have this blue check mark by your name, you can keep typing, but you'll have to hit like expand to see the rest of the message. But if you don't have the blue check mark, you can't type anything beyond the first 280. You just have to stop. But um, all right, I think that's pretty good for a reply to this comment, and then maybe he'll reply to this. All right, it's been published. I think there was one other comment that was similar to this person's. So maybe I'll copy this, at least this paragraph, and use it again if I can find the other similar comment. So there's 34 threads. This was this thread. So somewhere among the other 34 subthreads, I think there's a similar comment about burden of proof. Maybe I'll go through some of these other comments too, but let me just take a quick look to see if I can find the one I was thinking of. GIF. Okay, well, I don't see it. You don't exist, Dan. You're just AI. Okay. Jesus is Lord. Praise God. Okay. Sometimes I say in reply to someone, I'll say faith is irrational. I did that for one or two up here. Yeah, like this one. So instead of this is in reply to my initial comments about God doesn't exist, this person just says, yes, he does. You'll be way happier once you accept him. And I say faith is irrational. So I sometimes like to turn it over to epistemology and get into, instead of debating the metaphysical issue of whether God exists, rather debate the epistemological grounds that are used to establish that God exists. Because if you believe in God on the basis of faith, well, that's a pretty flimsy grounding. So I want to call that out. But if you think you have some kind of argument, like an argument from design, um, that's a different kind of argument. I don't know what was said. It looks there's some replies to my faith is irrational comment, but let me see what was said there. I haven't looked through all of these, or I don't remember them all. Oh, I guess I did reply to that one. Believing everything came from nothing requires tremendous faith. And then I say, who believes that? These people, they often assume that if you don't believe in God, then it means you think that everything came from nothing, which I don't believe. I think the universe is eternal. It just, it didn't pop into existence. It didn't come from nothing. There is no nothing. That's a point from Parmenides, ancient Greek philosopher. Okay, someone replied to this. I don't remember what was said. Faithful atheists. Is that the same guy? Yeah, the same guy. Um, maybe I'll say he didn't address my question. Like when I asked who believes that, he didn't say you do. He just says something. He says faithful atheists. So he didn't address the question. Maybe, maybe he evaded the question. So let me reply to that. I'll just say didn't answer the question. I do that a lot when people don't answer my questions. See if I can get them back on the sort of issue I want to discuss. I mean, he made a claim or implied a claim. He implied that I believe that everything comes from nothing. So I want to hold him accountable. He needs to justify that claim. So I'm going to say reply. Okay, reply has been published. Sometimes people, after I say something like this, they'll get nasty and then I'll block them. Uh, we'll see what this guy does, if anything. This is a couple days ago, so usually I don't reply to comments that are this old, but since I'm doing a live stream now, I'm going through some comments here. Um, Actually, there's another poll I can do. I can poll the chat on whether I should reply to more comments in this thread or see if you'd rather look at the Democratic Socialism Now thread that I replied in and got a lot of responses to. Yeah, let me do that. I'll ask, should I switch to the Democratic Socialism Now post? And I'll give yes, no, and maybe as the options again. Okay, you can now vote on the new poll. I'm just going to that page now, the Democratic Socialism Now page, to take a look at the comments while you're voting. Hmm. Thank likes. I see we got some more likes on the stream. I don't see the poll when I look at it on when I look at the chat on my phone. I wonder if it only shows up for you if you're on a laptop. That might actually cut into the number of people who are able to reply because I think a lot of people do listen to me just on their phones. So if you can't even see the poll, then maybe I'm not going to get replies. I think roughly half of the people who watch my show do it on a phone and half do it on a laptop. A very small minority watch it on a tablet or a TV. according to the analytic I see in YouTube. All right, well, maybe I'll give another 30 seconds to vote. I think waiting is probably going to make much difference on what's there are. Okay, nobody voted on this poll, so I just ended it. All right, well, I'm going to go to that other post on. Let me share the screen or share a different screen. So I got to stop this screen share and get to the right screen. All right, here's the screen I was talking about. So Democratic Socialism Now. This is a Facebook page. We are aligned with the values of the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America. And there was a post a couple days ago. I guess this is a quote from him, although I don't see quotes, but maybe that's what it is. The life of a single human being is worth 1,000,000 times more than all the property of the richest man on earth. So maybe that means they think it's justified to confiscate all the property of the richest man on earth and give it to some single human being who is less well off. And this is the page's comment. They say timeless truth, and there are 175 comments, including a couple by me. I forgot I actually commented twice on this page. So my first comment was this: socialism is immoral, and a violation of rights. Freedom and capitalism are good. So that doesn't really directly engage with the specifics of what is said. It's more just a comment to the general on the general perspective of this page. I know there are socialists, so I just make a comment about socialism in general. I'm reframing the discussion somewhat. Uh, I think that's often a good thing to do. You don't necessarily have to respond exactly to the point that is made. Uh, you can raise some other issue that focuses on what's more important or what's more essential to this. Anyway, that's what I did here. And you can see reactions. Most are laugh reactions. 43. I got 5 likes, 3 sad faces, crying sad faces. And not surprising, most of them are laughs because this page is it's a socialist page, so it's a very antagonistic perspective to mine. So let me look at the comments. Just want to take a quick look at the chat. Was that a different window? Or oh, I think s- shared the wrong window now. Yeah, the window got changed. Here, let me go back to the one I meant to be on. It was showing a video that I shared in the chat earlier about Palestinian propaganda exposed. I'm gonna click something that okay, here we go. All right, so here's the page again. Comments. So let's look at some of the replies. View previous replies. Getting these messages that say, oh, there are 55, 53 replies. I'm going to go to the earliest replies. I've been getting these messages periodically that say my internet connection is having issues. I don't know why, since I changed to using my hotspot. Okay, here's the first reply I got. This person says, freedom and capitalism don't go hand in hand. I guess that's the reply to my last sentence up here where I say freedom and capitalism are good. He says they don't go hand in hand. Let's see what likes he got. 31 likes or loves. And I think this is the maybe the only one I actually replied to because I got busy with something else. So I didn't have time to engage with a lot of these replies. Yeah, at the time, maybe I would do this on a future stream. And here I am doing it. So it's just taking a lot longer to open these comments than it usually does. Okay. So here I reply to him, freedom and capitalism don't go hand in hand. And I say they absolutely do. It's me. Um, and then I get three lines. And then I think that's the last reply from me in this thread, but there are a lot of other people. This guy, which it looks like he's quoting from somewhere. Um, oh, William Blackstone, commentaries on the law of England's. Um, I didn't read through this. And maybe this guy was taking my side. I'm not sure. But if it's a really long comment, then like if you write an essay, the longer your comment is, the less likely it is that I'm going to have time to read it or reply to it. So, oh, that's not even the full thing. He says, read the full article here at this Substack. So I didn't read this long comment. All right, the next comment we see is directed to me. He says, okay, bootlicker. Um, oh, hold on. I'm just going to stop this for a few maybe 30 seconds. I want to check something. Actually, you know what? No, I'll check that later. The thing I was thinking of. Yeah. Yeah, so this guy is just being insulting. I don't even know if that's a real name. Um, but if someone is just throwing insults like this, I'll just block them. So maybe I'll do this after the stream instead of blocking right now. But yeah, I'll typically just block someone if they just throw insults out like that. Okay, and then you get another comment here from Alex Roberts. He says capitalism requires the state to enforce private property laws and creates a class divide, the working class and the owning class. How is that free exactly? All right, I'm processing this, thinking how, if I want to respond, and if so, how the working class. Um, so one issue is he's thinking in terms of classes instead of individuals, which I think Marxists, socialists often do. I don't think of in terms of classes like this, or at least not as much. Whereas for them, it seems to be very central to their thinking. So maybe I'll say something like about that. Capitalism requires the state to enforce private property laws. Well, that's true. That's fine. And that's good, right? So I don't really have a problem with that part. But then he goes on to say it creates a class divide, the working class and the owning class, which I think is, yeah, that's where I worry that collectivism is starting to creep in. Capitalism is a system of individualism. It respects rights of individuals, and your rights are respected regardless of your economic level, whether you're rich, poor, middle class, or um, so maybe I'll say something about that and reply to that. I guess it puts me all the way down to the bottom below all the other replies. So yeah, here's that one I was looking at. Maybe I'll say capitalism respects the rights of the individual. It doesn't see people um, fundamentally as through a classist lens. Is that a good reply or good enough? The working class and the owning class. And you can change classes, right? You can go from rags to riches. There's dynamism in a capitalist society, like Andrew Carnegie, all right? I think he came here poor from Scotland, was it? But then he became super rich. So you're not stuck in some class. But maybe that's good enough for now. or maybe I'll add socialism does not, get some contrast in there. Capitalism respects the rights of the individual. Socialism does not. And since I introduced socialism, I'll say capitalism again to make clear what I'm saying here. Capitalism doesn't see people fundamentally through a classist lens. And maybe I'll just add, it treats them as individuals. I don't know, maybe the fundamentally, I'm not sure that's doing much to clarify, or maybe that's just raising questions about what it means. So maybe I should delete that. Oh, I left out a word. Treats them as individuals. Okay, I don't want to spend too much time on this, so I think that's good enough. Capitalism respects the rights of the individual. Socialism does not. Capitalism doesn't see people through a classist lens. It treats them as individuals. Okay, I posted that, and I guess when I do that, it moves the page around to fit the new comment in. So I'm going to find where did that comment go? This was, okay, that's the one I responded to. Now at the bottom of that, maybe at the bottom of this, you're going to see the reply I just made. Yeah, okay, here it is. 1 minute ago, and it tags him. So I guess he'll get a notification that I've replied to him, and then he can see this. All right, so there you have, you got a little insight into my thought process, how I go about replying to comments. I see some more chats came in from Ben Franklin. He says, what about Keynesian economics? Government intervention in the markets is good for increasing the middle class. The destruction of New Deal policies have been justified using racism and conflating anything beneficial to the working class as socialism. All right, maybe I'll engage with those some now because I want to give priority to people who are here live. So let me stop this screen share, at least for now. And you can let me know what you thought about that whole process of replying to a social media comment, if you thought that was interesting or what. Because maybe I'll do some more of that. I guess it could be a really good time, a way to fill time, right? If I don't have any new chats coming in, I can use the time productively by engaging with social media comments. All right. So Ben Franklin, I think I'm guessing you're coming from a left-wing or progressive so-called perspective. Maybe you want to confirm that, whether that's correct, Ben Franklin? So you ask, what about Keynesian economics? I haven't studied much Keynes. I've learned a little about him, and but it might be difficult for me to remember because it's been a long time since I've read about Keynes. I know there's, but wasn't it part of his view that government spending is a solution to economic problems as opposed to freeing up the economy, getting rid of taxes or regulations? Um, just spend more, and that'll somehow improve things. You can tell me how you're understanding Keynesian economics. Oh, well, maybe you do in your next sentence here. You say government intervention in the markets is good for increasing the middle class. Okay. So here again, this tells me maybe you're coming at this from a collectivist kind of perspective. You're talking about classes or a classist perspective rather than focusing on the individual. So I'm an egoist. My concern is my own life. That's my basic concern. How can I make my own life go well? And I think everyone should be an egoist, concerned about how they can make their own lives go well. My concern is not with some class, like is something good for the middle class, but not the the lower class or the upper class. Why do we care about classes? Why is that a focus? And what exactly do these mean? How do you define these classes? If you're middle class, does that mean you make more than $50,000 a year? $40,000 a year? Where do you draw the line? And on the upper end, does it mean you make somewhere between 50 and $100,000 a year? $120,000? Is it kind of arbitrary? Like that's another whole issue. Like how do you divide people up? And why should you care especially about people in this certain income bracket to the exclusion of people in some other income bracket? The whole looking through class lenses, I don't think is the right approach to political philosophy. I think the right approach is an individualist perspective. What is good for you as an individual? What is best for you as an individual? Um, okay, you say if classes don't matter, then why defend them? I'm not defending them. I defend the individual, the rights of the individual. I don't care how wealthy they are, um, or how poor they are. I want everyone's rights to be respected, which means on Ayn Rand's objectivist view that no one should initiate force against anyone. So, um, like a robber, right? He takes something without your consent. He takes some of your property, and I don't care whether he takes a plastic spoon or a silver spoon. If you're rich, right? It's wrong to steal. People have a right to their property, regardless of their level of wealth. So it's not about classes. It's about the individual and the individual's rights, not to be forced. That's essentially what rights come down to on on my view, which I got from Rand. Uh, the only way to violate someone's rights is to initiate force against them, to override their voluntary agreement and just impose your will on them by force. Mm. So I jumped forward to that last comment from Ben Franklin because it was exactly on what I was talking about. It was related to the perspective you have on political issues, whether it's an individualist perspective or a classist or a collectivist kind of perspective. All right. But let me read through some of these others. Okay, another comment about class I see. Um, and then okay, so I think these last comments from Ben are more relevant to the sort of line of discussion I want to go down. So I'm going to skip over the others earlier that I haven't read, at least not out loud. Okay, so Ben says, I'm getting this from the world around me and what I'm seeing. People are forced to work or they will die. What is the system that is forcing that dynamic? Okay. Well, I think it's a fact of oh, he says I'm in the upper class, by the way. All right, I don't know what you mean by that. Like, how do you define upper class? Not that I think it's really relevant, because my whole point is that it doesn't matter how wealthy you are, but I don't know how you're defining upper class. Mhm. But anyways, you say people are forced to work or they will die. Well, that's true. That's just a factor of reality, independent of like whether you live in society or, well, let me go to the island case. I like going to islands sometimes because it makes things very clear. If you're on a island by yourself, you have to work or you will die, right? Um, you've got to get food somehow. So you've got to hunt for fish or something. And it's just a fact of reality that you need to work in order to live. And that that's still true if you are in society. Now, it's easier to live if you're in society because you can trade with people. You don't have to produce everything on yourself. Like if you're the sole person on an island, you have to get all your own food, you have to build your own shelter, you have to make your own clothes, you have to cobble your own shoes. But if you live in a society full of hundreds, thousands of people, you can have a division of labor and people specialize in different things and they can trade with each other and it makes it much easier to survive. But it's still true that you have to do work to survive, because you have to produce something in order to trade the goods that other people produce, unless you're going to be a parasite. So if you want to live as a looter, term Ayn Rand used a lot, then you don't have to produce, but then you create problems for yourself. You put yourself at war with other people. Like if you try to loot somebody, you're gonna create an antagonistic relationship with them. Now they're gonna maybe try to loot things from you, right? You put yourself at war with other people instead of living in harmony and peace with other people to mutual benefit. Now you have an antagonistic sort of relationships. So, and that creates all kinds of problems. And that's why we have police, right? So people who don't try to pull their own weight and be productive on their own, people who try to live off of others uh, by coercion, well, the police will ideally should uh, prosecute those people, take them to jail, right? Get them off the streets. Um, so it's not it's I don't think it's right to think it's some kind of criticism to say you have to work or you'll die. That's just a fact of reality. And the only way to get around that is to be some kind of parasite. They're looting being one kind, or being a robber, a thief. But there's other ways you could live off of others. You could also be a moocher, another term Ayn Rand uses, where you just beg other people for things, um, instead of supporting yourself by doing productive work. You could say, "Oh, please help me out." Now, I think there are very few people who that's actually it's legitimate for them to live off of other people's help. Um, so I think virtually everyone can be self-sustaining. Um, Even if you have like Down syndrome, right? I've seen people with Down syndrome at the grocery store working, like bagging groceries, so they can do something to support themselves. Or even if you're like a paraplegic, right? You don't have any legs. Well, there's still a million things you could do with your arms, right? You could work on a computer. You could be a software programmer, or you could do the data entry for someone. You could work at a call center, answer calls. Um, so there's extremely few people for whom I think they can do absolutely nothing to support themselves, and they need to live off of other people's help. So there's almost no one who I think is justifiably a moocher. Um, and I think there will be private charity for available for people who legitimately need other people's help. But it's so few that I think it's not really an important issue. Um, but now, we've got these huge, massive programs like Social Security and Medicare, where we've got tens or hundreds of millions of people living off of others through this redistribution, coercive redistribution programs. All right, we got a lot more chats coming in here from Ben. So let me read through some of these. Oh, am I still sharing my screen? Why do I still see it up here? Oh, it's because it's paused. I didn't move it forward. Okay. All right. So you say the ratios of how much people are being made to work is too much. The spending power of the working class has been systematically lowered. Okay, you're still talking in terms of classes there. What is the working class? I think everyone needs to work, or should work, or at least unless you're like, I mean, you could have a inherited wealth where you don't need to work in the normal sense of going to some job in order to get a paycheck because you're so wealthy. But I think that person still needs to be productive in some way in order to have a good life. If you're going to be happy, you need to build self-esteem, and you have to, in order to build self-esteem, I think you have to engage in some kind of productive activity. You can't just sit around and watch TV and smoke and drink and engage in mindless sex. You need to do something productive, maybe pick up some hobby, become a painter. There's always ways you can make your life go better, no matter how well you are off. Maybe like let's say you're a rich person in the 19th century. No one in the 19th century had smartphones, right? So even if you're the wealthiest person, you can work on develop. developing the progress of science and building some great new invention that can make life go better and that can give meaning to your life. So I don't think it doesn't matter how wealthy you are, you still need to do something productive and purposeful with your life in order to earn self-esteem and enjoy your life. So, in a sense, you could say everyone should be part of the working class. Everyone should be doing something purposeful and productive to improve things. And I don't know why you say the ratios of how much people are being made to work is too much. Because, I mean, I think everyone needs to work. Everyone needs to be productive. Productivity is one of the core virtues of Ayn Rand's philosophy. I'm just reading some more of these chats from Ben. What word should I use? The people who trade their time for money? You mean what word should you use instead of the working class? And then you propose as a possible answer using the words the people who trade their time for money. Well, I mean that applies to anyone, no matter how wealthy you are. Jeff Bezos, does he trade his time for money? Yeah. I mean, he spends time on things and he gets compensated. Um, at least when he was a CEO. I guess he's no longer CEO of Amazon. But if you're the CEO of a country, of a company, you're you're getting paid, maybe not like an hourly wage, but you're getting compensated for the time you spend working. And you say you're about to head out, got to make dinner. Um, okay, so you're drawing a distinction between, you say there's a divide between working class and capital owners. Capital owners don't have W-2 or 1099s. They have capital gains. Okay. Well, you got to head out, so maybe I'll talk about some of this and you can listen to it later. But thanks for participating. I appreciate you coming by and engaging in the chat. So maybe I'll catch you later. So just on that last comment, um, you say there's a divide between working class and capital owners. Capital owners don't have W-2 or 1099s. They have capital gains. I mean, there are distinctions you can draw. I'm I'm you say it's why I'm desperate to be a capital owner myself, LOL. I just don't think these distinctions are philosophically important. Like if we're at the level of talking about political philosophy, that's I guess that's the context where I think some of these divides are not really helpful. Um, like such that you would want to give certain rights to, like it's okay to forcibly take property from capital owners or like factory owners, but not from wage earners on an assembly line. If so, what are you going to do with this distinction between capital owners and like hourly wage earners? I don't think it just I mean, these are people who engage in voluntary contracts with each other. They come to a certain agreement. I'll work for you for a certain amount, and you can accept that offer or not accept that offer. And if you accept it, okay, we've got a deal. If you don't like that offer, you can go do something else. You can start your own business. But there's nothing really I think of like political or philosophical significance between the fact that there are employers and employees. At least I don't think it means like you can justify coercing one rather than the other or something. Um, so I'm not saying there aren't divisions you can make, but I just think what a lot of people want to do with these divisions, like say that the CEOs are parasites or something. I think that's a thing, something many Marxists will say. They don't understand that the CEO has a crucial position and he does something very productive. It's not manual labor, but manual labor is not the only form of work. There's also mental work, and I think that's crucial. Setting the overall direction of the company, deciding who to fire and who to hire in like upper managements or vice presidents. Um, these decisions fundamentally shape the company and whether it can succeed or fail. And the CEO is not just like riding on adding nothing to the process. But I think a lot of Marxists don't appreciate that. And so they think it's justified. Like they say the CEO is stealing the surplus value um, from the laborers underneath him. And I think that's a totally uh, wrong analysis of what's going on. So I'm not objecting that there are these different sorts, types of jobs, but the interpretation of those jobs, like one is a parasite and adding nothing, the CEO, and the others, the laborers on the assembly line, are not parasites. They're doing the only real work that's being done. That's totally invalid. That's a completely um, misguided, wrong-headed way of looking at it. So it's those, I guess, further implications or interpretations of these different sorts of positions that I think is where many people really go off the rails. Um, Ayn Rand talked a lot about the role of the mind. That was the theme of Atlas Shrugged, the role of the mind in man's existence. And she stresses in Atlas Shrugged, that's the theme. She stresses the mental contributions to the process of production, um, and how crucial it is. I read a passage on Stream once, I think, about the pyramid of ability. Um, I don't know if I want to read that again now, but um, that's relevant to what I'm talking about. Ben says it's economically important. How so? Don't take it personally. It's the game, not the player. Not sure what you mean by that. All right. Emoji back. You can. Maybe I should do more social media replies. on the Democratic Socialism Now page. How long have I been going? Started at 11:15. It's now, no, 12:15. I think it was 12:15. So I've been going for almost 2.5 hours. Uh, yeah, but let me go back to that socialism page, do at least a little bit more. But please do feel free to keep commenting in chat. That'll give me more material to engage with. Okay. All right, so I just shared the Democratic Socialism Now page again, where I had made this comment. Socialism is irrational, immoral, and a violation of rights. Freedom and capitalism are good. And I talked about some of the replies, and I replied to one of the replies. Looks like there's a back and forth here between someone named Luke and someone named Charles. I'm not going to read through all of that. Let me see if there's any others that tagged me. Okay, here's one from Amanda. She says, capitalism creates poverty for most and enriches only a handful of people. If the wealth was divided evenly in this country, everyone would be making over 500K a year. And there are two replies. Let's see what the replies were. Oh, Charles again, quoting his huge essay. He did this many times. He just someone writes an apple would cost $500. All right. I think I can think of something to say in reply to this. So let me hit the reply button. Capitalism creates poverty for most and enriches only a handful. And then if the wealth was divided evenly in this country, everyone would be making over 500K a year. So often I think people will think that our society today in the US is capitalist, which I definitely think is not correct. So maybe I should say something about that. Like she's implying that if the wealth in this society was evenly divided, like, is that is she assuming that this society or this country is capitalist, but instead there's this vast difference between rich people and poor people. Um, it creates poverty for most and enriches only a handful. Um, yeah, I think I'm gonna say something about today's society not being capitalist. I'm gonna write that. Today's society, or I'll say the US today is not capitalist. Far from it. If it were, there wouldn't be massive government programs like Social Security, Medicare, let's say, and Medicare, or regulatory agencies like the FDA, SEC, etc. All right, I'm going to post that. Oh, that made it go back to the top, but should be in there somewhere. I guess it's here. Yeah, there it is. So I just want to get clear on what capitalism is first, because I think we're just going to be talking past each other if we're both talking about capitalism, but we have in mind different things. If she thinks capitalism is what we have today, but I think we're far from capitalist. So we'll see if she replies to that. Oh, evolutionary capitalism is here. He says the property allocation mechanism of libertarianism, which is Lockean distribution, is not capitalism, isn't. Okay. So, well, welcome back. Maybe I'll we can engage here. So, evolutionary, which I'll call you for short. Oh, I think I'll stop my sharing now. Yeah, let me stop my share. I'm curious what your fundamental is. Like, I've chatted with, I've had discussions with evolutionary before, and I'm thinking of like what is a good approach to a discussion to make it productive. I think we have many, many disagreements, but maybe if we can identify like the fundamental points of disagreement, that would be a productive way to approach the discussion. So I know he's not an egoist, and he's utilitarian, as his name implies. Um, so we have different ethical frameworks, and I think politics is downstream of ethics. So we're really not going to have a basis for agreeing on politics or capitalism, whether it's like what to think about that, which he also says is that's also part of his name. So his full name, evolutionary capitalism, utilitarianism. I don't think he's pro-capitalism because he's said, I've heard him say before that he's in favor of coercion of some kind, which I think is anti-capitalist. Um, so, anyways, I'm doubtful it's really going to be productive to discuss politics. I think maybe it'd be more productive to talk about ethics, because I think that's more fundamental. Politics is downstream from ethics. Ethics is it's the study of what's right and wrong or good and bad. This is a topic that came up in the last stream actually with one of the callers, Uzi. Um, at least I think that's one formulation of ethics. And if you don't have, so if we disagree on what good and bad are, or right and wrong, then when we apply it to politics, we're we're going to have different views on what does good mean when it comes to a society. Um, so what is a good political system? Is it one with coercion? One without coercion? Well, first, what do you mean by good? I think you can't really address what is a good political system until you have some idea of what good means. So the idea of good is more fundamental than good applied to a specific uh, context, like politics. In evolutionary and we don't agree on what good means. So we don't have a basis for talking about what's a good political or social system because we mean different things by good. For him, if he's a utilitarian, good is what maximizes utils in the world or pleasure or something. But for me, good is what is best for the individual, regardless of whether it maximizes goodness in the universe, right? I'm about making my own life the best possible. So we don't agree on what good means, just in general. So I think we should try to resolve that issue before we talk about politics. And there may well be even more fundamental issues than what good means that are better discussed, like determinism. I don't know if evolutionary is a determinist, but that's I think that's even more fundamental than the issue of what good means. Like, do you have control over yourself, or are you just automatically going to act in a certain way? I don't think there's any point. It doesn't make sense to say we should do such and such. We should have a certain political system, or we should act a certain way if we don't have any choice in the matter. We're just determined. So that would be even a more fundamental issue. And I'm not sure what evolutionary's view on that is, but whatever the most fundamental point of disagreement is, I think it would be best to talk about that. All right, I see some more chats came in. Um, he says, you've conflated the principle of democracy with capitalism. I base my ethics in evolutionary ethics. It's an objective grounding, something that I think objectivism is missing. My resolution to Hume's gap is a general evolutionary moral equilibrium that can be calculated using game theory. I don't think free will is relevant, as uncertainty looks like free will, but it doesn't have to be true. And then Jason came back. Hi, Jason. Uh, well, maybe we should talk about free will. You say you don't think it's relevant. I think I think it is. Like, I don't think it makes sense. I don't think ethics makes any sense if there is no free will. Because ethics, at least in part, it's a guide to how you should act. You should be honest, for instance, would be an ethical principle. Or you should not be honest. That would also be an ethical principle. In either case, you're saying what you should do. But if you have no choice in the matter, then it makes no sense to say you should or shouldn't do something. And likewise with politics, you could say we should have a system with no coercion, or we should not have a system with no coercion. That again presupposes free will. There's no issue of should if we have no choice in the matter. It's just going to be whatever it's determined to be. So you say, I think the debate is just semantics. It's more of a waste of time. I'd rather concede you have free will to move on more important topics. Okay, I don't know if I mean you want to just concede we have free will. Well, maybe we can try that, and we can see if your later points somehow still depend on determinism. Uh, like if maybe if you have some kind of evolutionary view, like you think evolution goes in some kind of deterministic way. I don't know, but maybe we can try this. Um, conceding. So maybe that means you don't actually believe in free will, but you're just conceding it for the sake of argument. Otherwise, you wouldn't concede it, right? If you actually believed it, right? Um, you would just say, I agree with it. So we don't have to discuss that. You wouldn't concede it. Uh, I guess you could be agnostic about it and concede it as an agnostic. Um, Robert is back. Hi, Robert. He says, or maybe he's been here and he just hasn't typed. He says, neither determinism nor indeterminism are consistent with the efficacy of anything. How can one say we should accept any theory, ideal framework, anything, absent choice? Yeah, yeah. This is sometimes called incompatibilism, to use an academic term. Determinism is incompatible with saying we should do such and such. Um, so evolutionary says, I guess I could also call them ECU, which actually would be shorter in terms of syllables. Evolutionary, that's 6 syllables. ECU is only three, so maybe that's a better abbreviation. Although I don't concede that he's a capitalist, that he's pro-capitalism. So that's maybe a reason not to call him ECU because the C stands for capitalism. But if I just understand it to be a proper name without granting that he actually is a capitalist, then maybe ECU is okay. Um, oh, Evocap, it's your suggestion. Maybe I can do that. Evocap. All right, I'll try that. Okay, you say to say to say I believe in a system that shouldn't have no coercion is equivalent to saying I believe a system should have some aggression. Yeah. Yeah, I was just saying it doesn't matter whether you say I think a system should have coercion or I think a system shouldn't have coercion. Or if you want to put no in it, you could say I believe a system should have no coercion or I believe a system shouldn't have no coercion, which is equivalent to saying it should have some coercion. Either way, you're saying the way things should be, and that implies free will. That was the point. That any should sort of statement implies free will. Um, well, if it's a moral should, maybe I need to qualify that a little because you might say, like, if I say a uh, a fish or a bird should eat like worms if it wants to survive. I don't think birds have free will, but I think you could still sensibly say a bird should do certain things if it if it's going to survive. But I wouldn't say it morally should. I don't think morals apply to birds. but causality of some kind, or even a plant, right? A plant should turn its leaves towards the sun, uh, or stretch its roots to get water if it is going to survive. But I don't think the plant has free will, but that's not a moral sense of should. So um, I think in the context we're talking about, like what political system should we adopt, that does imply free will. That's at least that context. It's saying we should do this rather than this, implying we have a choice about which system to adopt. Or if we're just talking about an individual person, you should be honest or you should not be honest. That implies the person has a choice about which one to adopt, which policy to adopt. Um, Jason says, or a magnet should do certain things. I'm not sure about the inanimate. Like, if you could say well, I could say like my computer should be working right now, but it's not. Like, and what that I might say that if it's like my internet connection is not working, like it wasn't earlier. Um, like I've done everything to troubleshoot it. It should be working, but it's not. That's I guess that's more it's a different kind of context. So yeah, I guess maybe there are contexts where you could apply shoulds to inanimate things, but it just doesn't have the same exactly the same sense as the sort of context when we're talking about ethics or politics. Jason says, of course, I mean it's a, where it's not a moral question, right? Um, okay, but so want to look at some more of these chats from Evocap. I'm up to 2:54 p.m. Pacific. That's where I'm looking. He says, I believe we make choices even though they are determined. So for simplicity, just call it compatibilism. Yeah, I think co compatibilism is an incoherent view. I don't think it makes sense. So we make choices, but they're determined. If they're determined, they're not choices. There's no genuine alternative there. You say we are, and that is the view I think most philosophers tr hold. I think most philosophers are compatibilists these days. I just think they're wrong. Um, Maybe they sense like there's they I think they often will say science supports determinism, which I don't think it does. Um, but they also want to be able to, like, if that has implications like, okay, well, we can't criticize murderers. And a lot of them have the sense, okay, there's something kind of problematic about this. We can't praise or blame anyone because they were just going to do it anyways. So they somehow try to square the fact that we're deterministic according to science, allegedly, with the fact that they want to be able to say praise and blame people. Um, and so they try to come up with some kind of compatibilist view. Maybe that's what's behind their compatibilism. There's just now there are people like hard determinists who I think will bite the bullet on some of these issues and say like, oh, actually, we can't even blame a murderer. Um, but I think that sort of view is in the minority um, of as far as academic philosophers go. All right, so Evocap is a compatibilist. Um, but maybe he would concede incompatibilism for the sake of being able to discuss other issues. And we can see whether the compatibilism creeps back in or if the determinism creeps back in later and becomes actually important to discuss. Um, but let me look through some more of these. Um, he says, I believe in a pure market system where profit determines decision making. I just want to eliminate that a system should always be aggression, hence some aggression. Oh yeah, this is another thing. I think the way you talk about evolution, it seems like it personifies it as if it has goals of its own. You say evolution uses us and birds as a means to another end. Like there's some kind of cosmic force that has some kind of goal it's trying to reach. I had a discussion with Evocap on his channel like 10 or so months ago. And I think this is one of the issues that came up, whether evolution is being personified. So what is the next step? Like the next most fundamental step after the issue of determinism. So if you want to just concede that point for the sake of being able to discuss other issues, then what is the next most fundamental point? And I'm not sure, but that's just what I'm wondering about now. Because I want to discuss whatever the most fundamental point of disagreement is. So if we're not going to disagree about free will, at least for this discussion, then what is the next most fundamental thing that we disagree on? And the whole idea of there being like levels of fundamentality, I don't know, maybe that's foreign to your way of thinking Evocap, and you're not really sure what I'm talking about. But um, there is a hierarchy of knowledge. It's in objectivism, that phrase is sometimes used. Like a familiar example, which I think many people who are not, who haven't read much objectivist literature can are familiar with is mathematics. Like you have to learn arithmetic before you learn algebra, and you have to learn algebra before you learn calculus. So there's a hierarchy of knowledge. You can't just start with calculus or start with algebra. You have to start with arithmetic. That's the more fundamental. And until you understand that, you're not going to be able to understand the others. So, and likewise in philosophy, I think there's a hierarchy. And um, I'm wondering what are the different levels here? Like, I think free will is very fundamental, analogous somewhat to arithmetic. Even more fundamental than arithmetic would just be counting, right? Learning what numbers are, let alone setting aside, like adding them or subtracting them from each other or to each other. Just being able to count. That's even more fundamental. Uh, so if you want to draw an analogy to like free will, where would maybe free will is like arithmetic, and something even more fundamental um, would be analogous to counting, like the fact that we're conscious. That's one of the axioms of objectivism. Um, Existence exists is the primary axiom. And from that axiom, there are two corollary axioms that you exist possessing consciousness and that you are conscious of something. Uh, I think that's pretty close to what Ayn Rand says. Uh, but the axiom of consciousness is very fundamental. So, in this discussion, I'm wondering what is the next most fundamental point after free will that we could discuss. He's got a lot to say. I see a lot of chats here. I remember I was kind of getting frustrated in a previous stream, but now maybe I can be more calm about it. Uh, I don't know if I can keep up and read all these chats. I see like there's a lot of short chats. I mean, that was another thing I commented on before. Like it might be easier for me to process if instead of just like these a bunch of short chats, 3 words, 5 words, coming in rapid fire, if you group them into like more complex sentences. And another thing, if you do that, that the chat is not jumping up every few seconds, um, which adds to the making it difficult to process. So, uh, but I don't see anybody else chatting. So anyone else feel free to jump in too. This doesn't have to just be one person, but let me try to read through some of these, even if I don't have time to read all of them at the rate they're coming in. Maybe I'll read some of these after the stream if I have time, if I don't have a chance to get to them all now. Evolutionary game theory. I don't know much about game theory. I've learned a little about it, but morality is an alignment tool evolution gives us to align our decisions with its goal. There's another personification I worry about. Its goal, as if evolution has some goal. Like it's this conscious agent which is trying to achieve something. I am a conscious agent. I have goals, but I don't think and there are evolutionary forces on me, but I think the way you talk about it suggests it's more of a like conscious sort of agents, which I don't think is the right way to look at it. You say, let's do ethics in capitalism, not determinism. We can try. I'm not sure how that's going to go, but we can try. And maybe, uh, I don't know if we can get away from the determinism though. If your views about evolution are very tied up with your views of ethics and politics, and if you view evolution as a deterministic process, then we can't really get away from the issue of determinism, can we? You say you've been making some videos that explain your ethics and criticisms of libertarianism. I'm not a libertarian, by the way. I think I don't know if I've said that before when you're here, but libertarians are often anti-states and anti-government, and I'm not. Ayn Rand distanced herself from the libertarians. And today you see them, I think, often promoting or like being anti-Israel, uh, which I'm definitely not. So I distance myself from libertarians. I think there are some libertarians who aren't anti-state or anti-government. I don't know what percentage of libertarians that is, though. But I'm just wary of that label because I think there's a lot of people associated with it that have views that are radically different than mine. Objectivist, I prefer that. I think that's a more accurate label. It's also a broader label. It's not just about politics. Objectivism is a whole philosophy. There's a metaphysics and epistemology, ethics, politics, and aesthetics. Whereas libertarianism is more just about politics. Oh, he says he's got to go. Okay. Well, thanks for coming by. Thanks for participating. Jason says libertarians have no philosophy and operate for liberty's sake. Okay. I kind of doubt I'm going to review more of your material, evolutionary. He says review it. I've looked at your stuff. I mean, when we talked, and I guess I have other things I that I think are higher priority for me. So, um, you want, you can come back sometime and discuss more, and maybe we can pick up from where we left off in this discussion, which I don't know, where did we leave off? I guess it, it became clear that you're a compatibilist. You said that, but you wanted to discuss, you just wanted to go on to discuss ethics and politics. And I wonder if we can really do that because I think evolution is very tied up in your view of ethics and politics. And it seems like maybe you view evolution as a deterministic process. So I'm not sure we've really set aside the issue of determinism if it seems like it might be determinism is still infecting your or coloring, maybe to use a less evaluative term, it's coloring your view of ethics and politics via evolution, which you think is deterministic. So maybe I'll just put that as a note in the chat for next time. I can look back at this as a reminder for where we left off. So I'm going to say Evo cap one is a oh, he just came back. He says just listen to the first minute of the video. I don't know which video. Did you your latest video or what? Oh, you say I've been making some videos that explain my ethics and criticism. Well, there's videos plural. I can listen to 1 minute of a video. That's not that much. I would be willing to do that, but I need to know which video. Oh, hi RW. You say looks like I missed the stream. Well, I'm still here. So I don't know when I'm gonna end the stream. I haven't decided. I've been doing a different time than usual in day. Like I used to have a very regular schedule, but I've in my last couple streams I've been doing unusual days and times. Um, so maybe you didn't miss the stream. Maybe you only missed the first 3 hours. Um, we'll see how long I go. I mean, it depends partly on you all. So if you got some topic you want to discuss, that will increase the chances that I stay longer. Because if no one has anything to say, I might just end the stream. But if people are participating in the chat, that helps give me content to engage with. Oh, okay. So we got a new person just came into the chat. Ken Shikinji Mimius says when the free market clocks out early and Capistan's contradiction. Okay, is that the name of a book or video or what? Maybe I should Google that. Um, Jason says I ran concurrently with Yaron today. Okay. I didn't know he was streaming. Maybe let me go to Yaron's channel. I want to see what his show was today. Oh, okay. He says tariffs, inflation, Doge, EPA, Gaza, Russia, thriving, and trucks. Those are the topics. And it says he streamed 20 minutes, 29 minutes ago. So I guess he finished about half an hour ago. And it looks like it was hour and 50-minute stream. So I started before him and I'm ending after him. That's a first. I think I've had partial overlaps with him before, but today I have fully enveloped the time in which you're on stream that occurred. But he has a list of prepared topics. It's a different type of show. Whereas I just come on here and I have some things I might talk about, or maybe not, depending on what's going on in the chat. It's less kind of structured and determined from the outset than his show. Um, which, it has its advantages and its disadvantages. Um, and I'm taking calls and participating with the chat, which I mean, he takes super chats, but it's not he, engaging with everything in the chat or everyone as much as I'm doing here in this chat. But it takes more time to prepare a show like Yaron does, right? He does lots of research and then he comes up with his topics and he's got an agenda which he works through at least for the first part of the show until he starts taking questions. Whereas I'm doing lots of reading in between shows, but I'm not necessarily going to be talking about that a lot during a show. And sometimes I give you updates on what I've been reading, but it kind of depends on, what's going on in the chat. So we have different approaches and um, there's a pros and cons to different ways of doing it. Smiley face from Jason. Oh yeah, I was writing a note in the chat about where I left off. So with Evocap, so I was writing Evocap is a compatibilist, but wants to concede free will for the sake of discussing ethics, politics, and slash politics. But evolution may color his view of the latter, or I'll say, but evolution, which he may think is deterministic, may color his view of, I'll say ethics politics again. I'm running out of characters. I only have 6 characters left for this chat. Evocap is a compatibilist, but wants to concede free will for the sake of discussing ethics politics. But evolution, which he may think is deterministic, may color his view of ethics politics. Okay, I just put that in the chat. And then I'll just add in because I ran out of characters. So determinism creeps back in and hasn't really been conceded. I'm not sure, but maybe. So I just put it as a question. All right, so those are my notes for next time he comes back. Just that's sort of the in point. So I guess if he comes back and he wants to talk about ethics and politics, I'm just going to be very attuned to whether determinism is somehow creeping back in because he's talking about ethics and politics in a deterministic way because he sees evolution in a deterministic way. We'll see. Um, but hopefully making these notes will be helpful for any future discussion I have with him. And maybe it's helpful for you all too to get a sense of what the context is. Okay, so RW put some chats in here. He says, I'm really trying to understand a proper policy on immigration. Wouldn't it be bad if you let too many people migrate from another country where bad ideas are popular? And then he says, it seems the founders of this country were very pro-immigration from countries with the same kinds of cultures, mainly Western European countries. Was that purely racism or based on the ideas of the culture? Okay. And then Jason replies to that, to RW, and he says, that assumes the country should continue if it has such bad ideas. Why should it? Okay. All right, I think there's some good material here. Maybe we can get into this. Thanks, RW, for the questions. Just one more from Jason here before we get into RW's on immigration. He says, I was laughing, I guess that's the smiley face, because obviously I left and returned at the times you mentioned Yaron was on, but I like your approach. And good job going on before him and staying on after. Thanks. Um, wasn't really my intention. I didn't know I was doing that until I didn't even know he was doing a show until today, until you mentioned that I ran concurrently with him. I did check to see if there was like a show scheduled, I think, but I didn't see one at the time, but I guess he added it after the last time I checked. All right, so RW and immigration. So he's trying to understand a proper policy on immigration. Wouldn't it be bad if you let too many people migrate from another country where bad ideas are popular? Um, well, um, I'll try to think that through. Um, I don't know that I have a polished answer ready to give, but I can just give you my off the top of my head thoughts. Um, the thing that first came into mind was Ayn Rand immigrating from the Soviet Union. So this is a place where you might think bad ideas were popular. And you had the communists who took over, and they took over from the Tsarist Russia regime, right? So you had this sort of either way, it's not a good system. Um, so maybe it's just different types of authoritarianism, and you can argue one is worse than the other, but neither was good. And also, the Tsarist regime, they were mystical, right? They were Orthodox Christian. Um, and I guess probably most of the population was. So would it be bad to open immigration to people from Soviet Russia during the time Ayn Rand immigrated because bad ideas were popular over there? Um, Maybe that at least gives you some pause and think, well, maybe we would have never had Ayn Rand be able to come to the United States and become a great novelist and a great philosopher if we hadn't kept immigration open to places which were had where bad ideas were popular. But she wasn't really immigrating at first, right? She came here on a visa, on a student visa, I think, to study film. So and then she ended up staying. She married Frank O'Connor, and then after that, she was able to become a legal permanent resident. I guess that's how it worked. But I think at least on paper, um, the idea was that she was going to come here temporarily. I guess she could have applied to extend her visa, but can't assume that extension was going to be granted. Um, so the idea is she was going to come here on a temporary visa to study film, I think, and then go back. So I'm not sure that that's really in the same category as immigration. Because when you talk about immigration, I think that's not really talking about people who are coming here on temporary visas to work or to study in school. I think maybe it's more people who are planning to pick up their whole lives and live permanently somewhere. Um, but I guess we could imagine Ayn Rand is in that category as well. Like if she didn't come here to study film, although I think her intention was to never go back, even though on paper the idea was she would just get a temporary visa. I think in her mind she was gonna she was planning never to go back. Um, uh, Robert says, anytime you get a question, wouldn't it be bad if it's time to check the premises? Good things will happen, bad things will happen, but neither determines whether the policy is bad. Yeah, there are many implications. There's so many implications from these policies. He says, quote, it would be bad, unquote, if we gave people choices and some people made the wrong choices. It would be bad if we had free markets and some people made irrational choices. It would be bad if we had free immigration and some bad people with bad ideas chose to come. But in fact, in principle and in practice, freedom, including managed but otherwise open immigration would not be bad. Okay. Yeah, so one point here is consider the good as well as the bad. So even if there are some bad, like even if some murderers come over as a result of immigration, um, what about all the non-murderers who are probably in a greater numbers, right? Um, very few people are murderers. So should we penalize all the good people because of a few bad apples? Like, is that a good approach? At least it's not obvious that it is, but that's just something to consider. Consider the good as well as the bad. Like with fossil fuels, that this is the point Alex Epstein often makes. You have to consider the benefits of fossil fuels, not just any possible bad side effects like pollution. But like our lives are so much better thanks to fossil fuels, even if there are some negative things that come along with them. Overall, it's a good thing. Likewise, you might think, even if there are some negatives that come along with the open immigration policy, they're far outweighed, maybe, by the good effects of it. At least it's a question to ask. Is that the case? Um, so you say, wouldn't it be bad if you let too many people migrate from another country where bad ideas are popular? Yeah, I guess my it doesn't strike me that the answer to that is yes. Um, I mean, people's ideas can change. That's one thing. There is assimilation. So even if people come over with from a place where bad ideas are popular and maybe they themselves have those bad ideas, they're not exceptions like Ayn Rand who might have come over with good ideas. Maybe someone comes over with bad ideas, but even then, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing for them to be able to do that. They can assimilate, right? You encounter a new culture, you go to, I mean, why do they want to come there to begin with? Maybe I think a lot of people, I think Yaron has made this point. It's the ambitious people, people who want to make their life better, who come here. They're not satisfied with living in a third world dictatorship or where their rights are not respected. They're ambitious to improve their lives, make their lives better. So maybe there's a kind of self-selection that happens where if you have a good country, it attracts people who are um, good or at least better than average than people who don't, who just want to stagnate and don't really care much about improving their lives. But even if for some reason people with bad ideas come over here, maybe they can assimilate and observe. I think that capitalism rewards good, rational behavior. So if you have a good society and you're a bad person and you come into that society, you're going to be penalized, right? If you become a criminal, maybe you'll get thrown in jail. Whereas if you act rationally, become a productive person, then you can make a lot of money. You can live a comfortable, happy, wealthy life. So there are incentives in place that reward good behavior and penalize bad behavior. And so even if you come here bad, those incentivizing forces could help make some people better than they were. Doesn't guarantee they're going to be better, but at least there's an incentive structure in place that puts pressure on their being better once they get here. Okay, more chats from RW. He says, if you have a country of 300 million people and you allow 1 billion people to come in, your country is now ruled by whatever ideas those 1 billion have. Is it wrong to protect your country from being taken over like that? There must be some kind of policy to limit immigration, right? Um, and Robert says, you're right, of course. Most people who come for good reasons, but also, so long as we are a free country with a properly functioning government, including police, military, and courts, dot, dot, dot. I guess he's typing his next chat to finish that thought. Okay. I like this conversation, but I think I want to take a little break. I've been going for almost 3.5 hours without break. So I'm going to take a few minutes break and then I'll come back and engage some more with this thread on immigration that RW started. But while I'm taking a break, I encourage you to keep chatting and yeah, that's it. Um, or call in if you want. I'll just turn off my mic and camera for several minutes and be back soon. All right, I am back. Okay, so thanks everyone for being here, by the way. Looks like we still got some people. I was chatting with RW about immigration. So a little heart reaction just go up. Just looking on my phone to make sure the stream is back the way it should be. W. Yeah, looks like it is. Okay, and does anyone out there want to be subscriber number 870? I am looking to grow my channel. Right now it says I have 869 subscribers, and I want to get that number up. I can monetize my channel once I hit 1,000, and you all can help me get there if you're not subscribed. So thanks everyone who has subscribed. I definitely appreciate that. All right, so I in the future when I take breaks, maybe I'll cut the stream in a different sort of way so that people who listen to the stream later don't have to wait through the break. It'll just automatically go from the point where start taking a break to the point where I stop taking the break. And I think I know how to do that. And I was almost going to experiment with it this time, but I didn't want to take a chance on it not working out and then it messes up the stream. But I think next time I have to do that, I'm going to try it a different way, and then hopefully that will make it so that people who aren't listening live later, they won't have to wait through a break. But in any case, I might put timestamps in the description so you can skip over it that way too. But it'll just make it a little easier in the future, I think, if I don't have the breaks included in the recorded stream. Although maybe that'll throw off the timestamps a little bit. Like if I refer to a chat at a certain time and then it doesn't link up with the time in the video. I'm not sure. I'll have to think about that. Anyways, and also thanks for the likes on the stream or any shares. I see Robert and Jason have been chatting. Um, I'm going to go back to the one that I left off with from RW. I don't know if he's still here. Are you still here, RW? Um, the one where he says, if you have a country of 300 million people and you allow 1 billion to come in, your country is now ruled by whatever ideas those 1 billion people have. Is it wrong to, why would it be ruled by them just because they come in? Like, do they automatically become lawgivers and create their own constitution for the country? Just because they come in? And then he asks, is it wrong to protect your country from being taken over like that? There must be some kind of policy to limit immigration, right? Um, so, so one thing is, I don't think just because they come here means they're going to change the fundamental structure of society. Maybe in the long run, they could, if they have a very different philosophy. Although there's a question as to why they wouldn't assimilate. Like, why would they want to come here in the first place if the country they're immigrating to has a very contrary philosophy to them? Why wouldn't they just stay where they are that has the philosophy they prefer? Why would they go to a place that has some antagonistic philosophy, at least as far as they think of it? Um, wouldn't you more likely go to a country that you like, that, that shares your views? Would you just go there just to take it over and fundamentally change it? why go to a country like that? So I'm not sure how realistic this setup is. Um, but also like there are some safeguards in place. Like right now in a dictatorship, it can change moment by moment depending on the whims of the dictator as to what the rules are. But if you have a constitutional government with checks and balances like we have in the United States, it's not as susceptible to whimsical changes like that. There's a process you have to go through. Um, you have to propose a bill and then it has to pass both houses of Congress, and then the president has to sign it. And maybe there are some things that the Supreme Court can strike down. So there are mechanisms in place to prevent the possibility that you can just have all of a sudden some radical change to how a society works. Um, Now, if you're talking about a revolution, that's different, right? If you have some country invading, and they're not trying to go through some legal process to change the country, they're just trying to change it by force, by conquest. Well, then again, I don't know how realistic that is. I mean, we have a military to protect us from that sort of change, but I think you're more likely talking about people who have different ideas. But then there are the sorts of considerations I've already raised. Like, why would they be coming here if they have such contrary ideas? And even if they do, they can't just immediately implement those in government. And there's a possibility that they would assimilate while they're here and change their ideas that they came with. Um, and I am trying to change the country. We all are, I guess, if we're objectivists, right? We have different ideas than somewhat than the founders did. Like there are things about like the power to tax, right? That's written into the Constitution. The Constitution isn't perfect from an objectivist perspective, but we're trying to change it to make it better. That's what I'm doing on this live stream, right? I'm trying to spread better ideas, not only to this country, but anywhere, to the world, to the universe. Um, so there's not it's not necessarily bad to change the country if it's in a good direction, but um, it should be done peacefully if possible. I guess if it's not possible, like if you're the American founding fathers and you think you have to have a revolution, it's not going to work. You've tried to persuade the British maybe to change their policies, but at a certain point you might think it's hopeless and it's all that's left to you is to have a forceful a revolution, use force because you're being forced. So I guess it's self-defense. It's retaliatory force. Um, uh, Jason says, if they were so bad that they were a threat to national security, this question assumes there is no ability to vet them. I bet we're able as a nation to vet true evildoers and criminals. Most, no guarantees. Um, the question as to whether there should be any vetting at all, maybe I'm not sure about that. Like, I know that different objectivists have different views on this. Harry Binswanger, I think, is the most well-known person who thinks there shouldn't be any kind of checks at the border at all. It should just be like a welcome sign, like there is between the states, like between Texas and Oklahoma. It just says welcome to Oklahoma. There's no checkpoint you have to go through. I think his view is that it should also be like that at international borders, unless you're like at war with a country like Israel and its neighbors. You couldn't have just a free flow between those international borders. But if it's like Canada and the United States, and we're not at war with the country, then I think his view is that there there don't need to be any vetting at all. And it's to have vetting would be to treat someone as guilty rather than innocent until proven guilty. Like, what are the chances that someone going from Texas to Oklahoma is going to be a murderer? Should we now have checkpoints between the states because it's possible that the Texas person going into Oklahoma could murder somebody? Well, it's also possible that someone coming from Canada into the United States could murder somebody. So why different? Why is it different in the two cases such that we should have vetting at the international border with a peaceful country like Canada, but we should not have vetting between the state borders? I don't really see a good reason to think those two sorts of cases are different. So I guess I'm more in Harry's camp, Harry Benswanger's camp on this issue. That you don't even need to have vetting if it's, a peaceful country on the other side of the border. Okay. See some, let me go through some more of these chats. Robert says, my stand on immigration echoes my view of the military draft. If a nation cannot survive without a voluntary army, if it sacrifices some young men for the sake of the whole, it doesn't deserve to survive at all. Ditto immigration, though it'd probably take a longer conversation to make that comparison clear and compelling. This comes up in connection with taxes also. You mentioned the draft, but some people say when I advocate for no taxes, people will say, well, how are you going to fund the government if there's no taxes? And I often say something like I think Robert is saying there, like if people aren't willing voluntarily to fund their own defense by chipping in for army, police, courts system, then they don't really deserve to survive. Like if someone is not going to lift a finger in their own defense, then isn't it, on them? It's their fault if they then get taken over and conquered. But it doesn't justify the policy of coercion, like coerce people to uh, do what is necessary to defend themselves. Why? If they don't care about their own lives enough to do it voluntarily, why force them to do it? Jason says, if our system is so wacky that 1 billion people can come over here and just vote away individual rights, what's there to defend? Most countries, including ours, distinguish between residents and something. Looks like some messages were retracted, so maybe that thought was one of the completion of that thought was retracted. Um, Saw a heart go up a little while ago. Yeah, there is a difference between residence and citizenship. Just because you come here doesn't mean you're going to be able to vote. I think you need to be a citizen in order to vote, at least in many states, I think. Uh, so you're not going to necessarily be able to change policy uh, just by coming here. immediately at least. There might be a waiting period of 5 years or 7 years. I don't know what it is before you're eligible to apply for citizenship that would then allow you to vote. And I guess that period of waiting of several years could be part of the time during which you assimilate and uh, adopt some new ideas, maybe some better ideas than the ideas you came here with. Jason says many countries have large expat populations and maintain their national integrity and identity. RW is still here. He says they would run for political office and win eventually and can make their desired changes. Um, maybe, maybe not. It's uh, it's kind of hard to predict, but I've given some reasons to think that the, I mean, could they even do this in their lifetime? Like cultural change can be slow. Like we've seen how long objectivism has taken objectivism hasn't taken over the culture or even capitalism, but Atlas Shrugged was published almost like 70 years ago. Um, so um, even if someone has the intention of changing the culture and getting voted into office, it might take generations for it to happen. And meanwhile, people might be pushing in other directions, like objectivists, if they might be pushing in a different direction, and maybe technologies can increase the the rate at which certain ideas spread, like the internet, a great tool which we're using right now to spread ideas. Um, some religions think they should take over the entire world. Yeah. Nezo Nez Zero R, new person, says, what about subversion? A slow process of changing the values of the next generations over time. Yeah, it's possible. It's also possible to get better, though. I think that's what objectivism is trying to do. Education, right? We educate people, and over the generations, hopefully better ideas will spread. Um, So there are, I mean, you have forces on both sides. I mean, forces for the good and forces for the bad. And I'm just concerned that you're maybe unfairly penalizing the good in the name of screening out the bad. Robert says, I suppose in the UK, the idea of cultural takeover might seem more realistic, though even there, I think it's wildly exaggerated. And there, I think the part of the problem is they're not like maybe parts of their philosophy, like multiculturalism, and they don't want to condemn like radical Islam. And the police, they don't carry guns. They just, I guess they just have batons, so they can't be as tough on crime. So I worry that like the one solution you could have to a problem is to increase government intervention. Another is to decrease it. And I'm concerned that maybe what's going on here with RW's sort of uh, thinking is that the way to address the problem is to increase government regulation, like have more regulations and restrictions on immigration rather than in less regulations and restrictions. And like with the police, I think in the UK who don't carry guns, I was thinking maybe the problem is to arm the police better and actually enforce the law, right? And not have like double standards so that we don't go after Muslim criminals, but we do go after non-Muslim criminals. So that would be part of a bad philosophy, double standards or in multiculturalism, thinking all cultures are equally good. So fix the philosophy, enforce it in a way that is fair and just, that doesn't have double standards. That's the solution, not just to that, or that's a better solution than to just to stop all the immigrants. If you had a good policy at home, if you had a good philosophy, then I think that would fix the problem. Um, so I think the kind of solution that is being offered here, I'm worried, is not pushing the country in the right direction. It's giving the government more power rather than making it the right kind of government. I hope that was at least a little clear. I have a feeling like it could have been more clear. Um, Jason says people move to Singapore all the time to become Singaporean. Nezo Nizor says if you have two types, one being for a more universal level of morality and one being more particular in their position, then the chances are decent that the former will be exploited by the latter. I'm feeling the need for concretization. Like, give an example of what you mean by that, Nezor. I wonder how you found out about my channel also, because I think you're a new chatter. Welcome, by the way. So RW, I'm curious what you think now. Does any of the things I've said or that other people in the chat have said, does that sway you at all? Or are you still, you feel like you are where you were at first? Do you still have the same concern? Do you feel like you have less of a concern now or what? He called in once, RW did. I think that was two live streams ago. Okay, so here's another chat from Nezor. Hmm. I'm just going to his page. Looks like maybe he's German because I don't speak German, but I'm guessing that's what it's this language on his page is. Welcome, is that German? Okay, so his last chat was one works by that which is best for my kin is good as a fundamental axiom for their behavior versus a more universal level. Okay, I'm still unclear on what you mean. Oh, he says yes. I guess he means yes, that's German. So maybe you're in Germany. I don't know if I've had anyone from Germany on my chat before. I'm not sure what you mean here. That which is best for my kin is good as the fundamental axiom for their be. What would be a more universal level? Like that which is best for humanity, because humanity is like less closely associated with you than your kin is. I'm still unclear what you mean. Okay, you say what I mean is one having a more universal humanitarian standard versus a group which has a tribal standard. Okay. And you think the one with the universal standard will be exploited by the one with a non-universal standard, something like that. This is you're fleshing out the idea of the cultural change that you think would happen. Like if one group immigrates into another country, the the place which has the more universal sort of morality will be exploited by the people with less universal morality. Okay, you say yes because one cares for only their own while the other cares for all humans. Okay. Um, Still want like more concrete examples, like maybe we can take particular countries, examples of particular countries where you think this sort of dynamic plays out. Like, is there a particular country that you think has a universal sort of morality, and then another that you think has a more tribal kin kin standard? Yeah, I guess if you could give some concrete examples of countries that might help me to think through this more. Maybe we could continue this another time. I think I might be losing steam here. I've been going for around 4 hours. Unless someone jumps in now with like some topic that really gets me excited. Uh, um, yes, consider the Western nations being more open-minded towards migration and outside values, and then the newcomers coming in and bringing their own culture in here, slowly changing the nation. Okay. Um, so do you think this is a problem? Like you're worried that um, the Western nations are going to be taken over? But there are mechanisms in place that can push against that, which I've talked about. Um, so are you, well, maybe I should ask you this. What is your view of open immigration? Like, do you think countries like the UK or the US should have less open immigration? You think they should be more restrictive? And what you're saying here is giving a sort of argument that supports that conclusion, or is that not your view? Do you think US or UK should be more open? Or do you think they should just stay the same way they are right now? I'm, I'm trying to get orient. I feel a little disoriented in this as to where we are in this discussion and like what your view is. I don't know if it's just because I'm tired or what. Um, but I thought if you answered that, maybe that would help give me some a better sense of you're against it, you say. You're against open immigration. And the reason is I consider bringing in different cultures will ultimately lead to cultural conflicts. This would happen always if opposing values will clash. I guess when you say I'm against it, I'm assuming you mean you're against open immigration. So, well, maybe a more fundamental question here with you is to find out where your political philosophy is, because I think like depending on like if you're a racist, I'm not saying you're a racist, but if you're a racist, you might think, well, we should have closed immigration because the purpose of our society should just be to promote uh, one particular race, and we don't want to mix with any people who are a different race that will make us unclean and impure. And so if you're a racist, I can see why a racist might want no immigration. But then the thing I'm going to argue with is like the racism. I'm going to say like, well, if I deign to argue at all, some things I don't think deserve being argued, but um, the fundamental problem there, I would say, is not that the person wants closed immigration, it's that they're a racist. It's the reason they want the closed immigration. So I guess I want to know more about what your fundamentals are. Like, what kind of political system do you think is good? like setting aside the specific issue of immigration, I want to have a better sense of what kind of society do you do you support? Like, do you want an individualist society where the rights of individuals are respected and um, like I can live the kind of life I want to live as long as I'm not forcing anybody else. I'm free to do what I choose. Or do you want to have a more collectivist sort of society where people are responsible for each other's lives and we have these government programs like Social Security and Medicare and public education and food stamps, and people are forced to take care of each other via taxes. Um, so I guess okay. So you say I think a liberal nationalist would match me best. Liberal as in as much freedom in private life as possible, and nationalist in the sense that the traditions and culture of the nation is protected. Okay. I think this maybe this is gonna help me get a sense of it's giving me a sense this might be a more productive direction to go in the discussion, getting a better idea of your basic political outlook. So you say a liberal nationalist would match me best. Liberal as in as much freedom in private life as possible, and nationalist in the sense that the traditions and culture of the nation is protected. Okay. Um, so I guess nationalism, I wonder if that's a form of collectivism. So the way you describe nationalism is you say the traditions and culture of the nation is protected. Now, I think tradition doesn't shouldn't be protected or valued as an end in itself. It's only if it's a good tradition. So if a culture has, or if a country has bad traditions, like a tradition of racism, then I would say I wouldn't try to preserve that. I have some independent standard of what's good and bad. Like what's best for uh, the life of an individual, what's best for my life. So if if I Jason mentions Japanese, if I go to a Japanese culture like Imperial Japan, and let's say they're racist against non-Japanese, and that's part of their tradition, well, I wouldn't want to go to that country for one thing, and I wouldn't think it's a country worth protecting. Just because they have a tradition doesn't mean it's a good thing to protect. It should change. They need to get rid of that tradition. That's what I would say. So why would you be in favor of nationalism if you think what nationalism means is the traditions and culture? What if they have a culture of racism? Why protect a tradition or culture just because it's been there? Isn't there some other standard? Like, is there such thing as a bad tradition or a bad culture? If so, um, why try to protect that? Why not change it? So, yeah, why be a nationalist if that's what it means, protecting the traditions and culture, no matter what they are? And if it does matter what they are, like you say, I'll only protect it under certain conditions, then what are those conditions? That's really what matters. You say because it gives your people a shared identity, but why would I want a shared identity with a racist culture, for example? Um, like if there's an individualist culture, I might like to be have that in common. I might want to share that, but it's because I independently value individualism. But if some place has, it's part of the identity of most of the people there that they're xenophobic racists, should I want to share that sort of identity? Is there value in protecting xenophobic racists? I don't think that's an identity worth sharing. Jason says Japanese enjoy American culture and vice versa. They know their culture. We know all our culture. There's nothing to worry about with conflicts. I think that's more the case now. Yeah, post World War II. Um, and then Jason says, I would not want to share my identity with anyone. It's the only thing that makes me unique, weird value to hold. Oh, I think there's a missing period there. It's the only thing that makes me unique, weird value to hold. That is, sharing identity is a weird value to hold. I think that's what he means. Nezor says, then it would be right in that nation. That would be a sign to not go there. And not every tradition is based on the worst. Okay. Well, I wouldn't say it would be right in that nation. I think it would be wrong in that nation if if that's what you mean, if you're talking about racism. Just because they have a culture or tradition of racism doesn't mean it's right. Can it just mean that they have a bad tradition, objectively bad? Now that gets into a big philosophical issue. Is there such a thing as what's objectively good or bad or right or wrong? I think there is. And what exactly that means, that's another topic of discussion, which is getting more fundamental still, and maybe we'll go in that direction. Um, but if nationalism just means protecting the traditions of a place, regardless of what those traditions are, then I don't think nationalism is good. So I guess this is a more fundamental question for you, Nezor. Do you think there is such a thing as objective good and bad or objective right and wrong? Okay, you say you just came in with a new chat. You said, why should it be wrong? After all, if that is that nation's value, then naturally you would not move there. At least I would not. Uh, well, um, there are two issues here. Is a tradition right or good? And then would you move to a place with that tradition? Those are separate questions. So if um, if a place has traditions I regard as bad, then no, I wouldn't move there, assuming that I had somewhere else to live that I thought had better traditions. Um, but I can still think it's wrong. It's bad for them to have that tradition, whether I move there or not. I wouldn't move there if I had a choice, but I can still, you say, why should it be wrong? I can still think it well because it's not good for human life, the individual human being's life. Something like racism, I would say. Um, and I could get into that some more if you want, but I I do think it's the case that some traditions are bad, and you can say they're objectively bad. It's not the case that it would be right for them. You say in the previous chat, it would be right in that nation. That's what makes me think you likely hold a subjectivist view of good and bad. When you say it's right in that nation, it's like right for them. Um, okay, then you say why you do not have to move there. Not all nations are racist, so why would you like to move to one which has it? I don't understand. I would not move to. I agree, not all nations are racist. And then you say, so why would you like to move to one which has it, meaning which is racist? I wouldn't. I don't understand. Yeah, assuming I have a better option, I'm not going to move to a country with a racist tradition. Maybe the most fundamental thing that's come up here in your chats is when you say it would be right in that nation. Because then that sounds like subjectivism. Like it's right some places, it's wrong in others. There's no objectively right and wrong. Like there's no universal right and wrong for everyone. It's like honesty is good for some people, but not for others. No, I don't think that's true. It's universally good. You say, yes, that is what I mean. If you not do not have to go there, so why to move to a nation which is racist? I wouldn't. I don't understand why you're asking that. Is would implication behind the question? You say, so ultimately, as long as they do not bother you, why bother them? Oh, well, I'm not saying I would bother them, but I'm saying I wouldn't necessarily close the border to people from that nation. So if we were talking about immigration and I was saying, well, just because a place there are popular bad ideas that are ideas I regard as bad that are popular somewhere, it doesn't mean I would close the border to them. Um, but I wouldn't, I don't know why you say bother them. Like I haven't talked about, I wouldn't necessarily go to some other country with bad ideas and try to take it over, but I would leave the border open to anyone from that country who wants to come to my country, assuming that, the country is not at war with my country. If it's like Canada, um, I wouldn't put up an immigration barrier. Jason says we could force people to go travel and see other cultures, and then they would not be so obsessed with their supposed identity being based on just the culture they're born into. Nasir says, okay, let's go with this. If you let in, I think he means new, not now. If you let in new people who have a sense of caring for their own and not others, do you not consider it dangerous to get them into your more open nation? No, not necessarily. Well, I mean, so what does that mean more concrete? Like Chinese people, let's suppose they're very family oriented. Um, Family is a big thing for them. So would you say those are people who have a sense of caring for their own and not others? Is it dangerous to let them in? I don't think so. Like Chinese people want to come here to the US, which has less of an emphasis on family than the Chinese, then why not let the Chinese come over here and concern them, have their family-centric values? Maybe if they want to be in Chinatown and be surrounded by other people with family-centric values, why not? I don't, you say, do you not consider it dangerous to get them into your more open nation? No, as long as they're not using or threatening physical force against me, why should it bother me that there's a bunch of Chinese people with family-centric values living in Chinatown in San Francisco, for example? Um, and they can, like historically in the United States, they often worked in the railroad, and they and that could be a big benefit to many people who are not Chinese. Now we've got a railroad, a transcontinental railroad, um, which is not. I don't think you need to contribute to in that way, sort of way. Like I don't think the justification for letting in people is because maybe they'll make some kind of economic contribution to the country, like by helping build a railroad. It's because it's respecting individual rights. I think it's to let them come here. I mean, it's using force. If you forcibly keep them out, I think that's violating their rights as human beings. I think you have rights as a human being, not as an American or as a Chinese person or anything else. Uh, and it's proper for the government to respect people's rights, which means not coercing them, not initiating force against them, which I think you would be doing if you forcibly keep people out who are peaceful. Okay, you say if they only work towards their own goals and try to get the best resources from that open nation, costing the people who already live there, would that not be a problem? Well, I don't think there's an incompatibility between working towards their own goals and also other people being able to do the same. So there's not uh, like there's not a limited number of resources and for practical purposes. I mean, there is everything is limited in a sense by the law of identity, right? There's a finite amount of stuff, but given the ingenuity of the human minds, you can create resources, new resources that weren't there before. Like oil used to be just worthless black glop in the ground. It wasn't the resource, but then after it was discovered that this could be used to um, burn lamps and used in cars, all kinds of uses to which this black glop could be used. Now it became a resource, and you could become rich by um, finding it and developing it. So I think you might have a static view of resources here, a sort of zero sum view, where if someone uses a resource, it's taking it away from somebody else. And there's just this finite, permanently fixed pool of resources, and people are competing over it. But I don't think that's how it works. Um, if you have a free society, people can continuously innovate, discover, develop new sorts of resources. Um, so what would be, I'm trying to concretize your last chat here, some more, give some more examples to go along with it. You say if they only work toward their own goals and try to get the best resources from that open nation, costing the people who already live there. Yeah, I don't think it has to come at the expense of people already living there. Like I mean, we can take the railroad, the transcontinental railroad that was built in the 1800s. I think it was completed in 1869, and the Chinese helped to build that. That was creating a new resource which had not existed before, which was making everyone's life better, right? Now it's much easier to do transcontinental travel. Um, did that cost the people who already lived there, or was that a, did they add benefit to the lives of people living there? I think they added benefit. Um, and I don't know what you mean by best resources. They try to get the best resources. Like were the Chinese trying to get the best resources? What are the best resources? Um, I guess you need metal for the rails, wood for the ties. Are, um, are these the best resources, okay? Billy Cunningham, new person in chat, says there are a lot of things that, to be honest, I really just don't even want to know. Okay, not sure what that's in reference to. Um, okay, Nizor, a couple more came in, or no, one more came in. He says it is about obtaining political power and then taking positions of authority slowly and steadily over time, maybe even 50 plus years, and then letting resources from your open nation flow into their nation. Okay, I'm not sure what the, I think that might be taking the conversation in a somewhat different direction than I was going in with it. I like working with that Chinese example because it was concrete. It was making this whole discussion more clear in my mind. So I I feel like I want to stay with that example. Like, do you have a problem with the Chinese who immigrated? I don't know how familiar with this. Yeah, I guess you're from Germany, so maybe you're not familiar with this example, but I think you're from Germany. Um, Maybe I'm wrong, but back in the 1800s, a bunch of Chinese people immigrated to the United States and helped build a railroad across the continent. And I think that's a good thing. I mean, I don't think the railroad should have been subsidized by the government. I think many of them were. I think it should have been a private project, but setting that aside, I think the Chinese did contribute value. So even if they had uh, some different values, like they're more family centric, you were talking about people being more tied to their kin than others. Even if they had different values, I I still don't think that justifies uh, excluding them from the country. Now, if they had certain values, like if their value is like to exterminate Americans, like the Hamas, if their value is to exterminate the Jews, then I can see a good reason to keep them out of Israel. But that's not the case with everyone who has different values. If it's just like they're more family centric, like the Chinese, then I don't think that's a threat. Uh, it's certainly not a threat in the way that Hamas wanting to kill all the Jews would be a threat. So just because a place has somewhat different values doesn't necessarily mean that that they should be kept out. I think it depends on exactly what kind of values they have. Jason says maybe Billy is surrounded by people who want to know all things, always at all times. Maybe next show. Nezor says, I try to shorten it. The danger of being exploited by the people who come in and take your kindness for letting them in for granted. Well, how are they exploiting us? I mean, some people they say that immigrants are uh, exploiting us in a way by taking welfare when they come here. And I think that might be exaggerated, but I think the solution there is not to stop the immigration, it's to get rid of the welfare. Like I shouldn't be forced to pay for someone else's life, but that's true whether we're talking about a foreigner who's immigrated or an American. I don't want to be funding other Americans' lives, and I don't want to be funding other foreigners' lives unless I voluntarily choose to, right? If it's a friend of mine or um, so the problem, so if you can be exploited in a way, like if you just have open immigration and you say legally you can just come here and live on welfare. I don't think it's like that. I think there are rules like if you immigrate here, um, well, certainly I think if you're illegal, I don't think you're eligible for at least all forms of welfare. I think even there are some maybe you can get, but not as much as if you're a legal immigrant or a citizen. But I don't think anyone, whether they're a legal immigrant, illegal immigrant, or a citizen of this country, should be able to get welfare and um, have other people forced to subsidize their lives. So if that's what you mean by the danger of being exploited by people who come in, then the danger is not specific to people who come in. It's to anyone, whether they've come here by immigration or they just grew up here. Um, the solution there is to get rid of the welfare state, not to stop immigration. Um, and Nasir says, if you think they have a right to enter a nation, then if we are consistent, should we not allow them into our house too? A nation is not private property. So I don't think those are the same. You have a right to control your private property and who's on it, but a nation or a country as a whole is not private property. And if I want someone on my property, I should be able to have them regardless of where they're coming from. So if I want to invite someone from Mexico into my home, you shouldn't be able to stop me from doing that. So I think it's not only a violation of the immigrant's rights who wants to come here, it's also a violation of other Americans' rights who would like to have other people come to their own private property, but can't because the immigration laws make it too hard or impossible. Um, so Jason says, I think I'm allowed to have whoever the hell I choose in my house or property and employed without someone who is not me worried about their culture. Yeah, I think the only thing you have a right to is to not have someone initiate physical force against you. But that's unrelated to immigration. People could initiate force on you whether or not they're immigrants. And actually, I've heard that immigrants are even statistically less likely to commit crimes than Americans. And I think maybe even illegal immigrants are even less likely than legal immigrants to commit crimes. I think I saw that. If that's right, maybe the reason is at least partly because they're worried about the effects. Like if they get caught by the police, they don't just get a fine or thrown in jail. Maybe they'll get deported. So maybe they want to be on their best behavior and minimize the chances of having to deal with law enforcement, um, because the penalty is beyond just what the normal penalty of the crime is. It could mean they have to go back to some third world dictatorship. Billy Cunningham says, I am not very knowledgeable of the geopolitics, but I deeply regret that Israel is amidst a hostile environment. Um, yeah, I agree with that. I also think it's unfortunate that Israel has neighbors who want to destroy Israel. Um, I've talked about Israel in many of my live streams. So if you're interested, you could check some of those out. Nizor says, but private and public are definitions decided by people. You can argue that the nation is the property of the collective. Um, how? I think property is, well, individuals can have property, organizations can have property, like you can have a business, but who owns property? Um, like McDonald's, right? There are many McDonald's, and there's not just one person. who owns all of that property. I don't know if you would say it belongs to the shareholders or what, but anyways, it comes down to individuals because businesses are composed of individuals. Um, but if property is something that you have the right to make decisions regarding how it's used or disposed, then there's not any one individual who gets to decide that for a nation. Um, I mean, maybe in a way you could say like the individuals, if there's kind of a representative democracy of some sort, of a limited democracy, not unlimited democracy. Um, that's a subject unto itself, like why democracy should be limited. I don't think there should be unlimited majority rules where whatever the majority wants goes. Like if the majority wants to enslave a minority, then it's okay. No, I don't think so. But if you have a limited democracy, then uh, you could say that people collectively can determine some things about the nation as a whole, which I maybe the American Revolution is a example of this, like the the American revolutionaries collectively decided they wanted to have a certain kind of nation, and they decided to engage in a revolution to bring it about. So there are certain things which I think it's legitimate for a group of people to do, but I don't see restricting immigration as one of them. If it's overthrowing an oppressive authoritarian regime, I think that can be legitimate. But if it's just forcibly keeping peaceful people out of a country, I don't see that as legitimate. Nasir says because they build it, the nation was built by a group of people. So is your house built by a group of people? Well, um, your house is built by a group of people, maybe, or it could have been built by one person. Maybe you built it yourself. But what does it mean to build a nation? Is that just short for a bunch of individual people building a bunch of things that each belongs to themselves? So what if I build my house and I want someone to be able to visit it who's from a different nation? Aren't you now violating my rights, restricting how I can use my property? It's my property, I built it. So don't I get to control how it's used, including whether someone from some foreigner visits it or is employed by me? If I build a business, then shouldn't I have the right to decide who I employ? Um, Oh, Ben Franklin came back. Billy Cunningham says he was hanging out at a local bookstore and saw a copy of Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma for only $10. Never heard of that. It's really all in reference to Scottish right of Freemasonry. No, that's the kind of thing I'm scared of, he says. I don't know anything about that. Jason says the Scottish Rite is one of several appendant bodies of Freemasonry, meaning it's an additional branch you can join after becoming a basic or Blue Lodge Freemason. Ben Franklin says people just hated the king because he kept the moochers in check. Are you talking about the English, British king? All right, I think Ben Franklin is not being serious here in his next comment. Okay, Nezor says, my point is if you can decide who comes into your house, then a nation, the collective of it, should also be able to decide who they let in as well. Okay, I don't think so, because that sounds like majority rule in a way that can override individual rights. Like, what if the majority decides that black should be slaves? Is slavery then okay? Because the majority of the nation decided that that's what they want? Or take example from ancient Greece. The Athenian assembly decides by majority vote to put Socrates to death because he was allegedly corrupting the youth. Is it okay then that you can vote someone to death if you don't like the kinds of ideas they hold because the majority votes for it? I don't think so. I think that violates rights of individuals instead of there being just unlimited majority rule, which I guess you could think of that as like dictatorship of the majority. And uh, instead of just a dictatorship of the king, of an absolute monarch, and his whim is goes, you have whatever the whim of the majority is goes, but it's still a society ruled by whim rather than some principle that can be rationally defended. Um, um, Nezor says, but we can play this with individuals too. Should an individual decide to enslave a human in their house? Uh, well, if you enslave someone, that means you're coercing them, and that's against my principles, Ayn Rand's principles. So um, you can't enslave someone. The fundamental principle of my political philosophy is of Ayn Rand's is you can't initiate force. You can invite someone into your house, but you can't, like once they're in your house, you can't put them in chains and force them to be your slave. You are raising an issue, though, that's making me think about something else I've thought I might want to discuss at some point, but let me hold off on it for now. Uh, s- Jason says, conflating the free movement of people with not the free movement of people, hard to follow. And then Nasir says, if I cannot initiate force, then what if they just enter your house? I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, there is trespassing, like if you enter someone's house without the consent of the person whose house it is, that's a form of initiating force. You're doing something without the consent of the property owner. So you're forcing yourself on them. You're overriding their will, what they choose to do by coming on to their property without their consent. I'm just reading these. What are you talking about? Ben Franklin, if it looks like maybe you're just being silly here. Am I going to have to block you? I think I considered blocking you before. Nezir says, if the consent of the collective of a nation is not to allow a foreigner in, wouldn't that follow the same rule? Um, I, I do think there's a difference because there's not really, we need an idea of like what sorts of actions are justified and not. We need an idea of rights, like, because if I follow your line there, doesn't it just become a dictatorship of the majority? I mean, is that what you want? Like whatever the majority votes for is what we can now say is consented to by the collective. So let's say 51% of the country is white and 49% is black, and the there's a vote on whether the blacks should be enslaved, and all the whites vote yes, and all the blacks vote no. So do we now say that the nation consented to enslaving the blacks because 51% of the whites voted to enslave the blacks? Is that the kind of society you want? Is that what you're talking about? That's not a society that respects individuals. It doesn't respect individual rights. So maybe we should talk about individual rights some more and maybe talk about some very simple cases like a desert island with just two people on it and how they should interact. I think that might help get clarity on the nature of rights and what gives rise to the need of something like rights. Um, Billy says he read Atlas Shrugged in college. It's a page turner for sure. I also read it in college. I think it took me about a month. Well, I was in summer break actually, so I was between semesters of college. I didn't want to read it during when the classes were in session because I wanted to be able to give my full attention just to the book and not have any distractions. Nasir says, I'm trying to say who owns the country. You own the house. You choose who to let in. Who owns the country to decide who lets someone in? I think you might have that might be a loaded question there. You're assuming someone does own the country. I don't think ownership is really it's not clear that it's something that applies when you're talking about a country. Does someone have to own a country? Why think of it like that? Jason says, even in times when only property owners voted, they could not vote on too much of what you do when on that property. The more others voted, the more that changed. Who has power over the country and why? Well, in a way, um, everyone has some power. I mean, you always have there's no one who has absolute power over everyone. There's a there's uh there's a division of power in the governments. Like you have the different branches of government. It's designed so that not one person has power over the country. You have the executive branch with the president, and then you have the legislative branch with the Congress and the judicial branch with the Supreme Court. At least that's how it's set up in the United States. And then all the the president and all the Congress people are elected. So you have some power as a voter to elect the people in government. So the people doing the electing have some power. So the power is distributed, and in not just the federal government, you also have states, state governments, city governments. If we're talking about political power, it's very distributed. And you also ask, and why? Who has power over the country and why? And so I'm trying to think of if I have something to say to the why part of that question. I guess it's because the fundamental principle of the country is individual rights, like the rights of the individual to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's in the Declaration of Independence. Um, that principle is most respected, I guess, when you have a distribution of power. It's not all concentrated in the hands of one monarch. You say yes, but who decides the system functions that way? Well, many people decided it should function that way. I mean, John Locke, I think, is one of the main figures in discovering the idea of rights, of individual rights. And then many of the founding fathers in the US were influenced by John Locke and incorporated his ideas into the Constitution of the United States. But it's not just that someone arbitrarily decided this. Locke gives arguments in his work. Second Treatise of Government is the main work on this topic. And he gives arguments as to why society should function a certain way. And I don't think they're perfect arguments. Like he does say rights come from God. So that's one of the flaws, I think, in Locke's theory. But I think he does make many valuable points, many valuable contributions to the theory of rights. And so you decide as an individual, like, do these arguments make sense to me? And many of the founders in America thought they did make sense, and they fought a revolution on the basis of these ideas. So they didn't just arbitrarily decide to set the system up in a certain way. They were persuaded rationally that it should be a certain way. And I think many of them were very knowledgeable about history, and they considered different systems in history and how they worked, and used that as a basis for deciding what the best system would be. And then Ayn Rand came along in the 20th century, and I think she improved the theory of rights, gave a fuller account of rights and a fully secular account of rights that doesn't appeal to God. And we objectivists are many of us are trying to uh, change things that make the United States even better than it already is. I think it has certain flaws, like in its constitution allows for taxation, for just one example. And that's a flaw that, because it involves the initiation of force, that's one thing that needs to change. And I think the founders didn't have a perfect grasp of rights or understanding of it. They had I think it was a huge step forward. It was a great achievement what they did, but it could be even better. And I think a lot of the problems today can be solved if we implement what has been what we can learn from objectivism, Ayn Rand's philosophy. Billy says, I majored in political science and minored in econ. I spent years kicking myself for not picking something more technical and immediately job related. But now I am glad I stuck to what interested me. I think it's important to be introspective about what you enjoy and don't enjoy. And there's more to life than money. The job is not just about the money. I think it's better to find a job that you can live on, that you really enjoy, than a job that you hate, but it pays more. Because I think you're going to be much more satisfied if you enjoy your work. Jason says a government by the people, for the people does not equate to some collective use of everyone's property. Ben says if anyone is interested in a pure power political point of view, feel free to move to Argentina or other parts of South America where those policies have been enacted after World War II. I don't know much of that about that, but when you mentioned Argentina, Malay came to mind. I think Malay has been doing good work in making the country more free. I think things have been getting better there. I haven't followed it very closely. Yaron Brook has done many segments on it, though. This might be a record lengthened stream. I think I've gone over 5 hours now. I did that once before. I think it was just a little bit over 5 hours. Oh, 5 hours and 20 minutes. Have I hit that yet? No, I think I'm at 5 hours and 13 minutes. Maybe I'll try to break my record. Although I might have taken more breaks in that last one. So if you subtract that, maybe it's already longer this time. I'm not sure. Anyways, thanks for everyone for being here. Maybe I caught some new people by streaming at a different day and a different time and going as long as I have because I've seen some new people show up here. Like I don't think I've seen Billy Cunningham before or Nezor. So maybe doing this long stream at a new time has helped me reach some more people. And I'm hoping to get more subscribers. So if you want to help me out there, if it's egoistic, I want it to be a win-win. Um, I do appreciate the likes, so thanks for those. All right, so anyone else want to chime in? Just got a new like. Thanks. So what did we talk about the most today? Immigration, that was a big topic. Oh, God, that was another one. Can you argue that God doesn't exist? Another like. Thank you. Up to 12 likes now. Um, 91 views. Average view duration is 23 minutes about, it says. Six concurrent viewers. Billy says this live stream was in my recommended feed. I had a good time. Good. Glad to hear it. Thanks, Billy. Appreciate it. I wonder what feed recommended you or what your general perspective is, if you want to say, up to you, on philosophy or politics. Last questions has been, does that mean you're about to ask a question? How am I going to title this stream? I put the main topics in the title typically, so since I don't have new chats coming in right now, maybe now is a good time to think about the title for this stream. I could even retitle it right now. So if you refresh the page, it'll show up. I always retitle it afterwards, but I I don't I never retitle it during the stream itself. Um, but I think immigration is going to appear somehow in the title. In God, oh, maybe I'll say, can you prove God doesn't exist? And then immigration, I'll put that. And often the way I decide how to title it is I'll look through the chat to remind myself of the main topics that came up. I was talking for a while with evolutionary capitalism, utilitarianism, so maybe something related to that discussion. But what would I? And we talked about determinism. I was trying to figure out a good way to have a productive conversation with him because he has a lot of ideas that are very different. Um, oh, you've I'm going to try switching over to my Wi-Fi because I think I'm using up a lot of data right now because I'm streaming from my hotspot on my phone, and I think I might be using up too much data. So let me try switching over to my Wi-Fi, and hopefully I'll have a good internet connection, which I wasn't getting before. If I have problems with the connection, I'll just end the stream. I've been going long enough, but I don't want to use up too much data here. So let me try to switch over to Wi-Fi. I just switched. Oh, it says my speed will be limited until August 3rd, only if I hit a certain amount of data usage. We're almost to August 3rd anyways, right? That's just 3 days away. So hopefully I won't hit this limit. Okay. Um, all right, we're running on Wi-Fi now. It says excellent connection, but it said that before when I was on Wi-Fi, so not sure how reliable that is. to a guide as to whether I'm going to get disconnected. Um, Billy Cunningham says, I was raised Roman Catholic. I would say I am right of center for the most part on political issues. Um, my mother is deeply committed to her Catholicism, and she said she wanted her kids to be good Catholics. In respect to her, I will always, at least in name, call myself a Catholic. Hmm. So maybe you mean if we're not talking about just in name, you don't consider yourself a Catholic? You don't have to, I don't want to invade your privacy. You share whatever you want, but um, right of center on political issues. Okay. Have you ever read Ayn Rand? You have, uh, I'm just reading through some more of these chats. Ben Franklin says, hot button things such as drugs and sexual content has been used as oppressive tools of authoritarians to be the opioid of the masses. But also, prohibition on such things has also been tools of oppression. What middle ground do you think there should be with government regulations? I think if it does not involve the initiation of force, then it should be legal. So if you use drugs, you're not initiating physical force against anybody else. You're doing something to yourself, but that doesn't violate anybody's rights. So the government should not be involved when it comes to using drugs. Maybe it should prohibit them from being given to minors. Like maybe a parent should not be able to give his child drugs. But if we're talking about adults, they should be able to make their own decisions about what substances to put in their bodies. They just can't force anybody else to use drugs. And same with sexual content. Um, Prostitution should be legal. That's something that consensual adults might do, or pornography. That does not involve initiating force. It's voluntary. So the government should not be involved with it. Billy says, I don't really belong to any church aside from being confirmed into the Catholic Church when I was 17 or 18. I have seen a lot from Greek Orthodox that interests me. I used to work in a Lebanese restaurant, and it gave me firsthand experience with Arabic, Persian, Israeli, and Greek cultures. So would you say you're religious now? You say Greek Orthodox interests you, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're Greek Orthodox. Maybe you just find it interesting. But do you believe in God? Do you consider yourself um, to be Greek Orthodox? Or if you want to say, you don't have to say. Ben says, I think the physical world is all we got. What we see is what we got. So I always say, let's make it good. So you're a physicalist. Mm. So you think there's nothing non-physical? What about consciousness or the mind? Is that physical? And how did you get the idea of physical? By contrast to something else? Like you might think if everything is physical, then can the word really refer, can the word physical really refer to anything? Like here's a similar example, like a fish in water. If it's only experience water and you say, hey, fish, look at the water, it might not know what you're talking about, assuming it could understand language. But if you suddenly take it out of the water and give it a contrast and then put it back in the water, it could then think, oh, now I know what you mean by water. I've been swimming in it my whole life, but I wasn't aware because it was omnipresent for me. But now, by contrast to the air, which I've been exposed to, now I know what you mean by water. Likewise with physical, it's everything is physical, and that's all you've been exposed to. Then how would you even get the idea of physical? Why wouldn't you be like the fish who has only experienced water and doesn't know that it is in water? Well, you say what? You worship Joe Pesci. What makes you think it's not physical? Well, I just gave some example or consideration. Like to even have an idea of physical, you might think you need exposure to something not physical, like confusion, right? Is confusion physical? You can be confused. Your mind can be confused about something. Um, does physical stuff have size, shape, weight? You might think yes. Does it have location? You might think yes. Does confusion have size? What size is the confusion I'm experiencing right now? 5 inches? 2 miles? You might think that's just the incoherent question. There's certain characteristics which don't apply to mental phenomena. So you might think the mental phenomena is not physical. If you think physical phenomena has certain characteristics like size or location. Um, the physical understanding is the new perspective, says Ben. Well, physicalism is a dominant view among academic philosophers. I think has been for a long time, but I don't think it's right. I actually wrote my PhD dissertation about this topic. It's called a Critique of the Scientific Case for Physicalism. And there's a video on my channel where I present some of the main ideas from the dissertation. If you search for, I think it's titled, Is the Mind Physical? Or Is Consciousness or the Mind Physical? Something like that. Billy says, I would have to say I am a Christian. Okay. Well, if you want to discuss that, we can discuss that. We can debate that if you want. Um, you can tell me the reasons you're a Christian if you want. You say your mother is Catholic, but she is Mexican American and is partially of Jewish ancestry, as well as Spanish/indigenous. Many of these people were forcibly converted to Catholicism under Spanish Inquisition. I think a lot of people they adopt the religion of their parents, as opposed to arriving at it independently. Like, is it just a coincidence that most people in India are Hindus, or most people in South America are Catholic, or is it just because they're raised as such? You might think they're not independently arriving at their, like if you, Billy, happen to be born in India, would you be Hindu or Buddhist or something that's more Islamic, something that's more common over there? But of course, there are some people who are raised in a certain way, but then they eventually change their minds. They just decide not to go along with what they were raised. Billy says, if I had to name the reasons for being Christian, it really kind of is all I know. I feel good trusting it and basically just going with it. I know that probably doesn't sound like much. It's all you know. You feel good trusting it and basically going with it. Well, do you want me to try to give you counter arguments to Christianity? Do you want to discuss it, debate it? And we could do that by phone too if you want to, or if you want to call in, we could discuss it if you'd like. All right. While I'm waiting for maybe Billy will let me know in the chat. I want to while I'm waiting, I want to think of a title for this show. So I was starting to write somewhere. Here it is. The title I'm going to choose for this show. So so far I have Can You Prove God Doesn't Exist? Immigration. What else? Maybe I'll include religion, something about that if um, maybe that depends on how this conversation goes with Billy, if there is one, either in chat or if he calls in. I was thinking if whether there's anything related to the evolutionary Evocap, as I call them. Maybe determinism, that was coming up uh, quite a bit. Um, I'm scrolling up through this long chat log. Oh, the fake videos from Gaza. Maybe I'll say something about that. Um, I talked about that early on, and I showed, yeah, I showed some screenshots of that. So maybe I'll call it fake Gaza propaganda. Talked about Israel some. Talked about Social Security, coercion, coercive government programs. Oh yeah, Reagan's cuts or increased spending. Robert says from Reagan, the nine most frightening words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Oh yeah, my Democratic Socialism Now posts. Yeah, maybe something about I only have 100 characters in the title. So far I have 69. So maybe I could say defending capitalism. Oh, collectivism and individualism. I was talking about that for a while with Ben Franklin. Yeah, I think I'm gonna, maybe I could put both. I could say um, capitalism, comma, individualism slash collectivism. Let me see how many characters that is. All right, that's already over 100 now, so I got to start cutting things out of my title. Compatibilism. And then religion is maybe that'll be the last one. Um, all right, I see there's some new chats here. I'll come to those in a minute. Just got to shorten this title a little bit. Okay, I'm going to cut capitalism and just use individualism and collectivism. So far my working title is Fake Gaza Propaganda. Can you prove God doesn't exist? Individualism, SAS, collectivism, immigration, etc. Maybe I like to use etc. a lot because often there's just not enough room in the title to cover everything, but I want to indicate that there are other topics somehow. So etc. does that. And that's exactly 100 characters. Okay. So now I might revise this title a bit later, but for right now, I think I'm just gonna update the stream title and you can see it change in real time if you refresh the page. Like right now, the title is Discussing Israel, God, Egoism versus Altruism. Each of those has a question mark after it for the people who are just listening, not watching. And then I say in the title, you can shape the topics by chatting or calling in. So that's going to change in a few seconds. All right. I just put in the new title. So yeah, I just refreshed the screen. So if you refresh it, you should see the title, the new title. Thanks for the additional like, up to 13 now. Nice. Mhm. All right, so let me go back to see some new chats that came in. Um, Billy says, oh, I already read that one. Ben says, how much taxes would it be worth? How much taxes would be worth it if we actually did get the goodies? I support the kids. As a loud and proud Jew, I'm sticking up for Gaza. Doesn't don't the most of the Gazans want to kill the Jews, or at least destroy Israel and support Hamas? Billy says, "I'd be glad to hear what you know and would say to debate the subject. Sorry for the late response. I don't know if I would call in at this time, but I would be interested to hear and honestly learn. I don't actually have a lot of facts, hard insight to really stand on." Okay. Well, I guess one thought is if you don't have facts or hard insight to stand on, then maybe you shouldn't hold it at all. Like, why not wait until you do have facts and hard insight to stand on? And then, if you can acquire those, then adopt a certain viewpoint. So you could, I'm looking back at your earlier chat where you said, if I had to name reasons for being Christian, it's really all like kind of is all I know. So you feel good trusting it. And well, you know about other religions, right? You've at least heard of other religions, Buddhism, Hinduism, Islam, but you know more about Christianity because you were raised as that. Uh, um, well, here's another thought. Part of part of Christianity is accepting things on faith. I think part of many religions is accepting things on faith. And what does that mean? Well, the way I think of it is it means believing something without evidence. I think that's what it means to take something on faith. Um, like I don't have to take it on faith that I have a phone in my hand. I can directly see it. Um, but uh, I would have to take it on faith if someone said there's you know, a square circle. That makes no sense to me. That's something I could only believe if I took it on faith. That is, I believe that without any evidence, without any understanding of how that could be. And does it seem like a good idea to believe something if you have no evidence of it, or if it doesn't make any sense to you at all? Because that's what I think believing something on faith is. Do you think it's a good idea to believe something without any evidence, without without any understanding of it? If you think no, that's not a good idea, then That would be a reason, I think, to not accept Christianity because it part of it is that you have to take things on faith. Uh, Now, maybe some Christians will argue against my understanding of faith, and many have. I don't think their arguments are good, but and I think often they will just turn nasty and resort to insults at a certain point. They, but I think it's at least a place to start if you're thinking about this, like whether you should accept Christianity. One thing you could think about is what it means to take something on faith. And once you've got a view on what it means, uh, ask whether you think it's a good idea to actually take things on faith. So, so I guess maybe the next question I would have for Billy is, what does it mean to take something on faith? Does it mean to believe something without evidence, or does it mean something else? That's my next question for you, Billy, if you want to answer that. And then maybe we can take it further. All right, but let me look at some of these other chats that are coming in. Billy says, to be honest, I usually feel like going with my gut feeling is for the most part a trustworthy impulse. But seriously, I understand there are other belief sets from Egypt, the Osiris Horus story, etc., which is still relevant in our world today. I am treading lightly by even mentioning this. What do you think faith is, if you had to define it? I'm curious about that. Do you know the figure Hermes Trismegistus? No, never heard of that. I just Googled it. A legendary figure, a syncretic combination of the Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth, who is central to the philosophical and religious system known as Hermeticism. All right. I think I'm going to end the stream after almost 6 hours. Um, Thanks everyone for coming by. I appreciate the conversation and the likes and any new subscribers. I'm not sure when I'm going to stream again. I've been trying new times and days recently, but if you are subscribed and hit that bell, you can get a notification. So I'm going to sign off now. And maybe Billy, we were sort of in the middle of a conversation, and maybe we can continue next time or some future time. But anyways, thanks for being here today, and have a good rest of your day. All right. Bye, everyone.